Hello, this time we're ready. So thank you all for being here. Welcome to the day 2 of our
Nosso dia 2 para o nosso diálogo entre o Brasil e o Reino Unido, da ciência a políticas públicas. Vou convidar o senhor Marcos Beveridge para que nos dê uma visão geral do como foi o dia de ontem e depois apresentar hoje. E já começamos com o primeiro painel. Então, professor Marcos, por favor, da Universidade de São Paulo, do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da Universidade de São Paulo.
Bom, antes de nós iniciarmos, só um resumo. Tem algumas pessoas que não estavam aqui, para a gente relembrar do que nós vimos ontem, né, na discussão. Nós tivemos discussão sobre plásticos, microplásticos, nanoplásticos. Foram levantados pontos dos múltiplos tipping points que nós temos, e que isso é uma questão super crítica, né? Porque nós vamos passar vários tipping points e existem que poderiam ser pontos de não retorno, e também a questão inercial. Eu entendi, teve uma pergunta sobre a inércia que foi feita aqui por você, né? Eu entendo inércia como, por exemplo, o aumento do nível do mar vai até 2100. Você queria dizer inércia de não fazermos nada ou inércia nesse sentido, da inércia física? Tá. Então, inércia do ponto de... Ele colocou a questão da inércia do ponto de vista da física. Quer dizer, tem vários dos efeitos das mudanças climáticas que nós temos vão continuar, os efeitos continuarão a despeito de se nós mitigarmos e pararmos completamente de produzir gases do efeito estufa. Foi levantada a questão da mitigação versus adaptação, versus resiliência. O professor Arlindo trouxe mais a resiliência, e que nós precisaríamos calibrar mitigação e adaptação e resiliência de tal forma a ajustar isso para que nós tenhamos um bom nível de justiça climática, né, e o que se articula com a desigualdade. Né? Notem que eu estou fazendo um resumo, né? Não vão todos os pontos. Outro ponto importante que foi levantado, pelo menos do meu ponto de vista, foi a questão do convencimento da sociedade, que passa por uma questão da educação, mas também pela questão da cultura. Cultura e educação andam juntas. Não adianta ter uma sociedade só educada, né? Mas a gente precisa também mudar a cultura. E nesse papel, logo no início, o Brasil e o Reino Unido são países que têm contaminado, no bom sentido, a sua cultura com as questões climáticas. Então, nesse ponto, nós, Brasil e Reino Unido, estamos bem preparados. Outra questão também que foi levantada, que é importante, que dar dinheiro só não resolve o problema. Não adianta, o financiamento é sim importante, porém existem vários outros fatores, e eu mesmo levantei o ponto da causação emergente, né? Então a gente tem um conjunto de neurônios artificiais, como na inteligência artificial, temos vários efeitos e várias causas que geram diferentes respostas, dependendo do que a gente fizer. Foi levantado também pelo James Woods, foi levantada a questão da dieta como ponto central. O James não mostrou como é que chama o relógio, o software, você comentou. Oi? Global Calculator, desculpe. Ele não mostrou, é impressionante a forma, ele já me mostrou isso pessoalmente, eu aconselho entrar, mas ele mostra bem claramente, o Global Calculator mostra bem claramente o que é importante para a mudança climática ou não, e ele mostrou para mim isso, realmente essa questão da dieta, a questão da agricultura e o uso da terra, é inclusive mais importante do que as questões energéticas, né, Jim? Nós temos que usar estratégias de regeneração. Essas estratégias de regeneração de florestas são muito importantes. Nós vamos ter que usar, então, na sessão eu provoquei um pouco o pessoal, nós temos que usar as ferramentas de regeneração de floresta que nós já temos, né? Independente de se elas estão precisas, se elas estão certas ou não, se a gente vai regenerar a biodiversidade ou não. Foi levantada também uma questão, acho que foi o Jim também que levantou, a questão do tempo. Nós não temos tempo para aplicar várias das tecnologias, e isso é um ponto importante, porque em termos de planejamento futuro sobre as ações que nós temos que fazer, saindo agora da COP30, nós vamos precisar levar isso em consideração, né? Qual tecnologia que nós vamos fazer o deployment, né? Se existe tempo suficiente antes que desastres mais fortes ocorram por causa da temperatura. Eu levantei a questão do etanol para o hidrogênio como combustível do futuro, pelo menos a partir do Brasil, né? Isso levanta questões que podem ser trabalhadas Grã-Bretanha e Brasil juntos, né? Foi levantada também a questão do papel das universidades, né? O Jim novamente, o Arlindo levantou isso muito fortemente, o papel que as universidades vão ter, ou já têm, né? E vão ter daqui para frente cada vez mais fortes. Isso se articula com a questão do convencimento da sociedade. Nós estávamos aqui justamente comentando que nós precisamos convencer a sociedade que sem ciência não dá, sem conhecimento é impossível de avançar e que ainda precisamos sim produzir conhecimento. A noção da sociedade, pelo menos aqui no Brasil, não sei no UK, mas aqui no Brasil a minha sensação é que as pessoas estão um pouco fartas de ciência e conhecimento. A sensação das pessoas é que nós já temos tudo o que nós precisamos, né? Mas eu ouvi também o mesmo comentário vindo de um pesquisador da Inglaterra, de que é essa visão. Então, nós precisamos destruir essa visão, nós precisamos demonstrar por que ter universidades é importante. Então, nós ouvimos sobre a importância do verde urbano, né? Trabalhando na Inglaterra, aqui no Brasil nós estamos trabalhando muito fortemente com a prefeitura, hoje temos a presença da prefeitura, e a questão da qualidade da água, que foi colocada pelo Stefan Krause, sobre um ponto super importante sobre a questão do monitoramento e a colocação dele, o que eu coloquei aqui, ele colocou algo que eu acho muito interessante, muita água, pouca água e água poluída. Eu achei bastante interessante essa colocação, né? A gente não tem a água na qualidade que precisa ter para que a gente possa manter a saúde da população. E falando nisso, quer dizer, hoje é um dia em que nós vamos ter dois painéis e escapou uma coisa interessante aqui para os brasileiros, né, que foi a Fernanda que colocou o termo shifting the needle, né? Não sei se todos olharam no chat GPT, etc., que é um termo, para mim foi natural e a gente traduziu para o português como mover a agulha para contextos subnacionais e multilaterais. Shifting the needle significa fazer a diferença fortemente, o que implica em ação, né? Então, só para os brasileiros, eu peço desculpas por não ter visto isso, mas acaba sendo interessante porque a gente aprende, né, os termos que são usados em inglês, né? Então, nós vamos ter agora... Hoje a ideia é uma discussão que vai ter uma visão mais ambiental e política. Então, nós vamos ter agora o Dr. José Renato Nalini, que é o nosso secretário de Clima da cidade de São Paulo. Ele vai explicar, mas ele é o articulador de todas as secretarias. São várias secretarias na Prefeitura de São Paulo. Como vocês sabem, São Paulo em si são 9 milhões de habitantes, 12 milhões de habitantes, e a Grande São Paulo, 22 milhões de habitantes. Então, a gente tem aí a população da Inglaterra hoje, 70 milhões de habitantes. Então, para uma base de comparação, UK, 70 milhões. Então, para vocês terem uma ideia, né, da escala, né, do que o Nalini administra aqui e do que tem que ser administrado aqui, de uma forma bem diferente, mas não tão diferente. Eu morei na Grã-Bretanha há alguns anos, quer dizer, essa questão da gente morar numa cidade, numa vila mais fora do grande centro onde você trabalha, você tem que viajar todo dia. Eu acredito que o Jem faz isso, né, Jem? Ele viaja todos os dias para Londres. E a gente aqui, muitas pessoas fazem isso também, então as estruturas não estão tão diferentes. E o Estado de São Paulo, né, nós não trouxemos membros do Estado aqui, nós estamos só com a Prefeitura, que já é metade da população do Estado de São Paulo. O Estado de São Paulo tem a população igual à população da Argentina. Então, essas são as escalas para vocês, e nós vamos ter o David Hanna, da Universidade de Birmingham. O David, ele é responsável pela sustentabilidade, por todo o processo de sustentabilidade. Ele é o Deputy Chancellor da Universidade de Birmingham, e é a pessoa que está a cargo de toda a sustentabilidade na universidade, que é uma universidade extremamente importante na Grã-Bretanha. Eles já, inclusive, produziram um documento que eu acho que o David vai mostrar, né? Produziram um documento sobre a sustentabilidade, já enviado, inclusive, já para a COP30. Então, é um prazer. David, muito obrigado pela sua presença. Nalini, muito obrigado pela sua presença. Então, depois nós teremos 2 outras sessões, né, para fechar. Nós vamos ter a sessão de biodiversidade, florestas e futuros. Isso é um ponto central na COP, né? E nós convidamos aqui Jean Paul Metzger, a Gina Lawson está aqui também, a Maria Augusta Arruda, o Sami Yula vai falar também, e quem vai moderar isso será o Mário Mediondo. Mário está aqui? Mário está chegando no Uber. Mário Mediondo, né? Nós teremos o 4º painel, ondas de calor, poluição e doenças. É um painel de saúde, mas não é só saúde, ele tem atmosfera. Então, estamos aqui com o professor Paulo Artacho, né, que é um dos principais pesquisadores em mudanças climáticas. Vamos ter a Daniela Watson, do Imperial College, a Katinka Weber, ou Katinka Weber, né, porque é alemão, da Universidade de Birmingham, Christopher Cunningham, do Semaden, então discutindo esses temas, e a mesa será coordenada pela Maria Augusta Arruda, que é do CNPEM, que é o laboratório, eu diria, o laboratório mais sofisticado que nós temos no Brasil hoje, com um acelerador de partículas e tecnologias extremamente desenvolvidas. Espero que um dia possa levar vocês da Inglaterra para visitar, porque é impressionante realmente aquele laboratório. Então, é isso. À tarde nós teremos já reuniões fechadas para discutir, e estamos já começando a pensar num documento que saia desse evento para enviar a COP30. Né? Então, é isso. Agradeço a todos por estarem aqui novamente e vou, então, passar a palavra. Eu gostaria de chamar o Renato Nalini e o David Hanna para a mesa. A apresentação do Nalini não está aqui? Ah, tá, conexão com a tela. Um minutinho, o Rafael vem aqui só para fazer o link da apresentação com a tela. Vou pegar meu caderninho.
Esse eu vou mudando.
Bom, pedimos desculpas pelo atraso. Parece que há um problema nesse prédio, o pessoal está olhando. Foi um problema nesse prédio, então demorou um pouquinho para a gente restabelecer as ligações. Mas nós temos o Rafael.
Bom dia a todos. Primeiro, pedir escusas por não falar inglês. Deveria ter obrigação, já que fiz todos os cursos. Mas a falta de prática me leva a não enfrentar o desafio de falar inglês com ingleses, né? Mas parece que a tradução é muito boa, então eu espero que eu possa transmitir alguma coisa. Queria agradecer ao professor Marcos Buqueride, né, esse dinâmico vice-presidente do Instituto de Estudos Avançados da USP, a honra do convite, e saudar o professor David Hanna, com quem eu vou aprender com certeza na sua exposição. Nós, aqui em São Paulo, que é a maior cidade do Brasil, quase 13 milhões de pessoas, nós temos uma Secretaria de Mudanças Climáticas desde 2021. Essa secretaria, como o professor Buqueride já afirmou, tem a atribuição de articular as ações dentro do município de São Paulo, fazendo com que a mudança climática chegue ao radar de todas as secretarias, das empresas estatais do município, da sociedade civil, da academia, ou seja, todas as pessoas teriam de tomar conhecimento de que a situação se agrava a cada dia. A tendência natural em relação ao aquecimento global, quando se começou a discutir essa questão na década de 70, era a de que as coisas ocorreriam daqui a 100 anos, né? Dentro de 100 anos, os fenômenos naturais. Só que a tendência seria pensar, daqui a 100 anos eu não estou aí, quem vier é que se arranje e que resolva os problemas. A segunda sensação era de que a complexidade é tamanha, a dimensão do problema é de tal intensidade que os indivíduos deveriam relegar esse assunto para o poder público. A responsabilidade seria do governo. As duas sensações, ou as duas tendências são falaciosas, são falsas, né? Primeiro porque os fenômenos começaram a acontecer rapidamente, com maior intensidade, com maior frequência, e todos viram que os cientistas depois de anunciarem, proclamarem durante décadas de que isso aconteceria, talvez eles tenham sido muito tímidos, muito discretos, conservadores. É natural que a ciência tenha hesitação ao afirmar que as coisas ocorrerão, porque há sempre uma margem de previsibilidade discutível, relativa. Então as coisas começaram a acontecer já, e muita gente se surpreendeu com as mudanças. Nossa cidade, por exemplo, era uma cidade situada numa zona temperada, era conhecida como São Paulo da Garoa. Hoje, a São Paulo é a dos vendavais, das tempestades, das chuvas inclementes que acontecem durante uma hora, mas elas despejam aquilo que deveria acontecer durante meses na nossa cidade, né? Um dos fenômenos que nós estamos enfrentando. Dia 22 de setembro, nós tivemos uma tempestade que arrancou 300 árvores saudáveis e foram arrancadas com a raiz pela força, pela intensidade dos ventos. Então, isso mostra que nós temos de nos preocupar porque
about it because we are already experiencing the effects of global warming. The second trend, which is like I'm too small to act as an individual to handle this issue. Here in São Paulo, this is not going to work, especially because there is this production of solid waste. This is huge. It's incredible to see that in São Paulo we produce over 15,000 tons of solid waste. That is, we consume too much, we waste too much, and we do not know how to discard things correctly, what we waste, because the percentage of recycling is minimal. It is about 3% only. And this is because the society is not separating materials in order to see what could be recycled or could be reused in biomethane production and other regeneration products, or something that we could use better. We are still not thinking about transforming this into a Swiss system with 13 different types of discard. We're just talking about separating organic and non-organic materials. So the problems of a city that has grown so fast and became it cannot be permeated, for instance, and we cannot filter anything. We just become these chaotic floods, landslides, and death. Well, this is the result that led our mayor, Ricardo Nunes, to create the Municipal Secretariat for Climate Change by means of a decree issued on June the 4th, 2021. The creation of the Secretariat was also preceded by the elaboration of a climate plan. This is the first city to have a climate plan in Brazil. This was dated back from 2021, and 4 years later, as there was a new management, a new term started to be in effect in the city, this plan has been entirely revised and improved. This is part of the diagnosis that, differently from this Brazilian scenario as a whole, where global warming is generated by deforestation and inadequate land use, in São Paulo the greatest villain is transport. There are about 8 million vehicles traveling across the city all the time, relentlessly. Basically, all of them are are based on poisonous combustion, which means diesel, gas, or alcohol. So the very ones that own flex cars are still filling up their tanks with gasoline, and this has to do with the prejudice because this is more powerful, greater speed, but the cost of ethanol is not something that pays off. So people started to use gasoline more and more. More than 50% of these emissions caused by transport come from over 13,000 buses. These buses cause more emissions than lightweight cars. And all these things have been prioritized during our term. The second villain is stationary energy. We cannot work without energy. We are using the lightning, AC, computers, elevators, everything that is powering our domestic lives. We all need energy, electricity, and we're going to need more electricity because of data centers for AI. So stationary energy in São Paulo is a hot topic, as it is generating 31% of our emissions. And the third villain is indeed the solid waste production, about 8% of emissions. There are some that are certain that this percentage is miscalculated, that it can be around 11% of our emissions when it comes to solid waste. So this makes us to have to deal with these three topics all at once. Priority is transport, then stationary energy, and third, solid waste. This is the timeline for emission reduction regulatory frameworks. This is something that we are all familiar with. And this is our climate action plan, which has 5 strategies. When it was drafted, it was based upon 5 strategies. It involves 43 actions, effective participation of 13 municipal agencies, which must achieve 54 goals, and they have 3 different execution deadlines, short, medium, and long-term deadlines. The first one is to be net zero by 2050. This is our desire to get by 2050 being net zero. The second strategy is to adapt our current city for the future of tomorrow. Third, protect people and goods. 4, Atlantic rainforest, we need you. That coverage, that native coverage that also enchanted these missions, these Catholic missions that arrived in Brazil. They said that they had rediscovered the Garden of Eden once they arrived here in Brazil and saw the exuberant Brazilian forest, fauna, and flora. What have we done? We suppressed the thousands of streams of waters that we had here in São Paulo. We wanted to play God here, and we transformed our largest river, the Tietê River, in a contour of dirt, because there is no more water flowing through the city. There is just a solid waste. I also envied Thames and also the Seine rivers because they were fully recovered. And we built until the very last centimeter square because construction was actually occupying every single inch, and there was no meter left for cultivation or gardens, differently from more civilized countries where the green also occupies its space in the landscape. The 5th strategy is to generate a job and sustainable wealth. We need to think about bioeconomy, green markets, green professions, And the university must be more proactive, more assertive. Stop thinking about human topics only and think about other things, what will generate the results, basically. For the British citizens who are visiting us, we are in a country that there are more schools of law than the sum of all the other schools of law that exist in the world, in the rest of the world. A republic that judicializes all its problems is a republic that will never work, because there is an exaggerated growth of law-related careers that instead of solving problems, they are actually complicating people's lives. And the hobby of Brazil is litigation. Everybody likes to file a case in court. But we tried to have these local environmental policies in a multilateral way. So this is a global problem, interdependent problem. It's actually something, it is a transversal thing. So that's why we needed to have this concrete collective action. So multilateralism strengthens this global climate response that we might give. So we needed to think about collective responses and common goals, such as the Paris Agreement. Today, newspapers say that we cannot limit temperature rise by 1.5 degrees. We have already exceeded this threshold. Also share technical knowledge and good practices between cities and countries. We do need to rely on the British experience so that good practices, if we can replicate them here, they might also be successful here in Brazil. Especially when we consider the British expertise, the British tradition, the longevity of your culture. In our situation, we always say, like, we're a young country, we are just 500 years old, we're still learning, we are still grappling with things. So it's high time to be more mature and do things in a more consistent, mature way. And these policies will mobilize this climate finance and adopt strategic strategies as well, strategic partnerships as well. And when it comes to international governance, the role played by subnational agencies is greater. Geopolitics at the moment has also taken some steps backwards, especially because we are talking about this hegemony, and also the largest republic in the world has been showing some perverse effects on companies, for instance, those who adhere to the ESG system or that wanted to show their ecological social responsibilities. They have actually taken some steps back because the big boss is not taking this into account. There is no global warming. This is just something ideological. So the companies stopped investing in this. So the cities and universities, the states, the subnational agencies, and the civil society, we now needed to be the protagonists of these stories by saying that this is a serious issue. And not just because a certain leader is just taking a few steps back, that we are now stop pursuing our goals. We should be in the front line of this climate finance and climate change, because we are the most impacted ones by these changes. Almost 13 million people living here in São Paulo. Well, all of them are almost vulnerable. These people could not build these homes according to sophisticated engineering plans with the right calculations. They chose to live in areas that are subject to landslides, floods. They have a very low level of education, almost absent. They are barely literate. They are underemployed. They are having informal jobs. So these are the preferable victims of climate events. That's why the local government is responsible for implementing public policies, providing basic services such as education, health, and public cleaning, and other services and utilities. In São Paulo, we have been trying to get be in contact with some organs such as cities, IEA, Global Pact for Mayors, Energy, and other institutions. With those that we are trying to establish some connections. We have established international partnerships in strategic plans such as PNUD, Bloomberg Philanthropics, the city of Copenhagen, and other people and parties. In 2025, our international cooperation has shown some very successful examples. For instance, São Paulo is the first city in Brazil to have this climate budget. This does not mean that we have a parallel budget, but we are detecting inside our budget, which is about 135 billion reals. We see that about 40 billion correspond directly or converge directly with climate issues. This climate budget was elaborated together with C40 and Bloomberg Philanthropies. This is a climate finance tool which integrates both budgets and integrating these actions in the budgetary process, and my secretariat will inspection or verify if we are executing all the plans. There is a strategic sectorial cooperation between São Paulo and the city of Copenhagen. They are teaching us to have this energy efficiency system in our very city by starting in our very city hall, some schools, some hospitals. On the 31st of October, we will celebrate the World's Day of Cities together with some UN agencies on Sumidouro Street. Well, we have achieved a few things. 83 waste collection trucks are now based on biomethane power. As we are collecting our waste, our garbage, and we're taking this to landfills. We already have this operation, Aquático São Paulo, which is an aquatic bus here in São Paulo. So we are actually using our waterways to transport cargo and people. 961 electric buses. We are going to reach 1,000 still this month. We also increase the number of bikeways. For instance, we're almost reaching 800 kilometers in the city. Second point is stationary energy. Almost 100% of our public lighting is based on LED lamps. We have also established a partnership with the city of Copenhagen for energy efficiency projects, and we have 93 megawatts of photovoltaic energy. And when it comes to waste, things that we depend more on the university so that we could disseminate this culture. We can see that 100% of our waste have selective collection for garbage. We have many recycling points, and we still see some waste still spread all over the city. As we drive our way here, we can see that people are littering, and also there's solid waste on the street. This is actually attesting to the lack of education, not only ecological waste, but good manners, really. So when it comes to cultivation of trees, we have planted almost 18,000 trees between 2021 and 2024, and about 120,000 new trees by November this year, as we're celebrating the COP30, which will be held in Brazil. we also evicted more than we regenerated more than 11% of our territory to create 15 new parks and 23 public conservation units. So this means that São Paulo has 26% of green areas, public areas, and this is basically the territory of Paris. So we also have a 10 urban parks here in São Paulo. There will be 50 until 2028. There is technological monitoring in city parks, focusing on fire prevention.
12 new parks were already inaugurated. Today we've got 120 and 54% of the city with vegetal coverage. Professor Marco Buccherigi is helping in our inventory so that we could have a phytosanitary diagnosis of each tree, and so that we could have the possibility of checking where can we plant more. Then academy and research, we've got lots of communities and participative work. The academy, the contact with the University of São Paulo is very big, so mainly with the Institute of Advanced Studies. We've got municipal commissions for climate change and economy, the management commission of the program of follow-up of substitution of fleets, then work groups by the revision of the climate plan, and many other plans. Then we've got lots of plans in the city hall of the municipality. We have done some hackathons, climate hackathons, mobilizing students and researchers in order to develop innovative solutions, and when possible we implement these strategies, these kind of initiatives as public policies. We've got many seminars, many events for knowledge exchange for solutions based in evidence with university and international organisms. We've got touch with USP, Unicamp, McKinsey, and many other universities and other schools that are not also all part of the university system, but we are in touch with them. For COP30, we've created an agenda of events, small events, big events in clubs, in churches, industries, in schools, clubs. Who wanted to do something to say that COP should be actually known by everybody in Sao Paulo, although it's done in Belém, in the Amazon. We created those events, and 3 of them and were not done yet, and you're all invited to on October the 31st. We are going to have a massive presence of the city mayors from Brazil and the world. Summit Agenda São Paulo, Mais Verde, in the Vila Lobo Park, and this event of the USP, let's go to preserve São Paulo, Mais Verde, more green, here in this university. So I've got no more time. I talk too much, so I remain available to address any doubt or any suggestion, and thank you very much for the attention that you provided. Thank you.
For the nice presentation about what the São Paulo city is doing. I mentioned to you before that the state was not brought here for the discussion, but we will have Professor Jean-Paul Metzger, who is now, he's going to bring us very nice, I think, a very nice project that he's doing at the Institute of Advanced Studies that connects with the biodiversity of the state. That would be quite interesting as well to see. So the idea is to show how the university the idea that what's the role of the university in the not the politics, but the management of cities and states, etc. Right? Now I'll pass the word to David Hanna. Thank you, David.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm David Hanna. I'm the Deputy Pro-Vice Chancellor for Sustainability at the University of Birmingham in the UK, and I chair our University Steering Committee to maximise our engagement and impact at the UN Climate Summit, COP. Today I'm not going to give a science talk, I'm going to do some scene setting. But I just wanted to start by saying it's a real pleasure to participate in this important joint initiative between Brazil and British institutions. We were aiming to think about how we can bring together researchers, policymakers, business leaders and civil society representatives to discuss how scientific knowledge can be leveraged to guide ambitious, fair, equitable and effective climate action through policy and other engagements. With only 18 days to go until COP30 begins, this is really a very important strategic moment to strengthen the dialogue between research and policy and to make clear recommendations of what we want to see at COP30 for climate action. It's also very timely and very special, and this dialogue comes in the 125th year of the University of Birmingham and perhaps more importantly, the 200th year of UK-Brazilian international diplomatic relations. So in my opening remarks, I'd really very much like to compliment our esteemed colleagues' comments and explore shifting the needle for climate action through the lens of international cooperation. But noting that shifting the needle means driving meaningful progress by engaging all levels of governance from the local to the global. At the subnational scale, in terms of governance, we saw this in relation to cities and regions yesterday. This is where climate policies really meet implementation in the real world, and it's the sharp end of global change and where solutions need to be implemented. While multilateralism, transnational cooperation, is grounded in issues around global unity and responsibility, and it requires organisations working together to tackle climate change as a shared global challenge. Indeed, the COP30 President has emphasised that multilateralism is critical to meet the urgency of the climate crisis, but also to implement the outcomes of the global stocktake from COP28, which happened 2 years ago in Dubai. This is because multilateralism is essential to coordinate ambitions, so climate change knows no borders, so multilateral platforms like the UNFCCC align countries and goals and also help to share accountability. Multilateralism is also essential for finance and equity. Multilateral frameworks help to redistribute climate finance, support just transition, and address loss and damage for vulnerable nations. And multilateralism is also essential for resilience and dealing with global risks. In a world facing increasing geopolitical challenges and tensions, economic instability, multilateralism can really help to foster stability and also long-term climate resilience. So what I'd like to do in this brief intervention, and given the complexity of the multilateral landscape, is to focus on the pivotal role of universities in the global north and the global south in bridging the domains of science policy, development and also diplomacy. And this is the focus of a perspective piece that we published just before the dialogue took place. Universities are not just centres of learning, they are creators of knowledge, they are conveners of knowledge, and they are communicators of knowledge. And they work across boundaries, across disciplines, geographies, institutions and sectors to de-silo information and to provide diverse perspectives. In doing so, they help to shape ideas, evidence, relationships that underpin sustainable development and peaceful cooperation. So through research and education, global North and South University collaborations can foster equitable partnerships, knowledge exchange and, importantly, soft power, all of which are essential for bridging the science policy interface. These collaborations ensure, importantly, that the best skills and evidence are used to make the best decisions and to provide sustainable solutions to the most pressing global challenges. So, just to remind us what the challenge is, and we heard a lot about this yesterday and this morning, as global temperatures continue to rise and the impacts on society become increasingly evident, we're really looking to COP30 for some heavyweight changes, and we have significant expectations. And we need, moving forward, some clear and actionable plans. It's notable that global south countries are disproportionately affected by global climate change impacts. They face the brunt of environmental degradation, food, water, energy insecurity, and displacement as well. And this is despite them having contributed often the least. And yet, at the same time, these countries have been marginalised in many of the global economic processes and political systems and exploited environmentally. So what I'm going to propose in this presentation is that North-South university collaboration is going to provide a really crucial role in advancing both development and diplomacy through transfer of research into policy, and that these partnerships can be very transformative and provide equity, mutual benefit and shared leadership. But they must be co-created and grounded in appropriate ways. They are important for building trust, solidarity and long-term partnerships. So focusing first on the roles of universities in relation to research. So research is not just about discovery, it's also a form of soft power. It shapes global perceptions, it builds international relationships, and it influences policy without coercion and without force. Countries that lead at the cutting edge of research, from whether that's in climate science or in engineering or in health or in the arts, are seen as intellectual leaders. Collaborative research fosters peaceful international relations and shared goals. And strong research ecosystems attract talent, attract funding and partnership, and enhance a country's global influence. During crises, these are particularly important in terms of demonstrating solidarity and leadership, and also building goodwill and trust. As an example of some of the ways we're doing this between the UK and Brazil, the interactions between the Birmingham Institute of Forest Research FACE experiment, which Samuela will talk about later, and Amazon FACE really lie on a shared mission to better understand how forests respond to elevated CO2 levels and climate change through open and also large experiments. But also, we've been publishing a series of research-led policy briefs in preparation for COP30. And these are coordinated through the Birmingham Institute for Sustainability and Climate Action as part of our university's broader commitment to policy influence and to climate action. The Birmingham Institute for Sustainability and Climate Action brings together academics across a range of disciplines, from finance to law, to energy policy, to education, to environmental science, in dynamic and interdisciplinary ways. And our COP30 report crystallises 5 policy briefs, which we've got on the screen here, around urgent priority areas for the climate movement and for policy makers and takers, around adaptation and resilience, equitable energy transitions, around climate justice and health, climate finance and sustainable education. And it's important to note these are more than simply mapping the challenges. These reports really equip the readers with actionable pathways for integrating academic rigour with real-world policy outcomes. Each of the policy briefs have got UK-based but also international policy recommendations. So moving from research, I'm focusing on education. Education too is a very important diplomatic tool in terms of turning research into action. Hosting international students, as we do have links between USP and the University of Birmingham, for example, builds strong goodwill and diplomatic ties. Scholarship programs promote leadership and cultural exchange. And education systems explore important values around democracy, human rights and sustainability. Perhaps the most powerful tool, though, in terms of education is linked to the rise of youth voices and youth movements as entrepreneurs and the civil society of the future. And the youth voices are really pushing us in terms of transparency, sustainability and equity of some of the solutions that we're seeking to develop. So there's 2 examples here in the education space. I wanted to highlight our Immerse Amazonia Summer School, which we ran last July. This was the flagship initiative that the University of Birmingham Brazil Institute led, where 12 students from the UK and Brazil, including indigenous students, were based in Cachoeira Forest Science Station in Pará, and interacted on a whole range of different development projects. And 3 of those students we are sending to COP30. Also, both, again, funded by the British Council, we have the Engage Amazonia Early Career Fellowships. So we have 4 researchers coming to the University of Birmingham from Brazil's Amazon region to do research with us for 1 year. So as COP30, could we bring the slides back up, the second last one, please? So as COP30 approaches fast, it's important for us to translate all of these activities and momentum into measurable progress with clear policy impact. And that requires us to do things differently. So our report, but more broadly the knowledge we've been talking about over the last 2 days, needs to reach beyond university communities. We need targeted dissemination to policymakers, to NGOs, to international partners that really take these recommendations into real-world decision-making. We do need, and we must engage in COP30 itself. It's often asked, why would you go to a climate negotiation? But it's really important that we go and hold up the science. We need to prepare well-equipped and diverse delegations to illustrate the importance of our groundbreaking research, to nurture partnerships, and also to challenge, to really champion global innovation. And we're holding 2 events at COP30. One's a UNFCCC side event on amplifying youth and women and indigenous voices, and the other is an event in the WMO Pavilion, which is going to launch our report. And we also need to expand our global collaborations, deepening our partnerships in the Global South, prioritising some of the initiatives, like, for example, the Engage Amazonia programme, and working with our Brazil Institute. We need to empower youth and local communities. We really need to do that because we need to bring those different and diverse voices forward. So we have been doing a lot of work in Birmingham and beyond with partners, developing youth forums to think about how the next generation can be empowered and their voices held. And importantly, and I think we saw some of this yesterday, we need to monitor progress and we need to make our case for the evidence of some of the impacts it can make when we turn good science into appropriate policy. We need to track success stories. They're important to hold us as a coalition to honesty in terms of actually accountability and making progress, but they also energize groups in terms of inspiring future partnerships and investments. So, to round off and to come back to the issue of multilateralism and to look to the future. So I wanted to end by saying that I think for decades, when we think about aspects of development, particularly in the Global South, it's been framed around aid and dependency. In countries like Brazil, we can now see are really shifting the narrative. They're driving significant innovation. They have resilient economies. They're forging regional and global partnerships. So I would suggest that South-South cooperation is growing, and countries in the Global South are now really working together and individually to collaborate, to share technologies, to share expertise and share resources. In that regard, the Global South is not a passive recipient of change, it's absolutely a catalyst, which is why this event is so important. And I think if we're going to build more equitable, more sustainable and a more peaceful world, we need to do more from the Global North in terms of not supporting the Global South, but absolutely learning from it. So I'd like to suggest that as part of this forum, this dialogue, that we recognise the power of North-South collaboration, also the power of South-South-North collaboration. It's a tool for development, it's a tool for bridging into science diplomacy, it's a platform for innovation and a better future for us all, and I think is absolutely the way to shift the needle and get science into policy for real-world change. Thank you.
Excellent, David. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open immediately for the audience, people who would like to comment or make questions to our speakers. Mário.
Yeah. Sim, bom dia. Muito boa.
Good morning, great presentation. Even with energy cuts, we continue to be resilient, and we wanted to congratulate Dr. Nalini and say that your presentation, while we've got on the one side the goals that many councils have suggested to speed to bring it to 2050. As net zero, for example, 2040 maybe, we wanted to see if within this climate plan or Plan Clima São Paulo, as per your experience, do you think you could bring forward those goals and turn them more ambitious? I was talking in English, but so I think that issue, that question is very interesting. I think Carlos Nobre and a group of researchers, Brazilian researchers, I think Paulo is in that group. They are proposing by the Brazilian Academy of Science bring net zero for 2040, isn't it? So I would extend the issue for Nalini and for David as well. What's your idea regarding first him, because it was for him the question, and then you've got a little time of bringing the goal forward for 2040, the idea net zero. We're thinking.
Would like to know what you think regarding the UK.
Dr. Mario, muito.
Well, very, very timely, your question. I liked it. Yes, we are taking that because the Plan Clima in Brazil was created in 2021 as a kind of something novelty. We didn't have climate action plans, and we checked in when we were trying to implement it that we were very ambitious in some things. We failed in the issue of indicators, so it is now being refurbished or reformulation, but we are trying to see the possibility of broaden our proposals and use all the new technologies that are being developed and being modernized day after day. So we never thought to think about biomethanol, and we've got today everything ready and all the norms so that buses could also fund with biomethane. And we are following the research that the IEA-USP is doing regarding green hydrogen and many other things that we want to anticipate if possible. So an important thing is that we've got unconditional goals that depends from the city hall. We can commit ourselves, but there are other goals that will depend also on the adhesion of the society as a whole, of the private sector. For those, we need what was said here, to convincing, to spread information, bringing awareness to the society so that people would buy the idea, understand and collaborate. For example, solid waste that we have had in China, we're seeing how functions the energy recovery units that could be a solution, quite efficient solution to how to handle the excess of solid waste. China doesn't have waste, it's actually trying to unbury dumps of 50, 100 years ago in order to draw and bring all that energy could be called idle capacity, and we've got plenty here. So we are thinking all that, and we accept the suggestions and proposals mainly from the academy that the research can bring solutions that we have not adopted yet. The sooner the net zero, the better for Brazil and the world. Thank you, Nalini. That issue of China don't have waste. We are going to have and use a China-Brazil center. I think was because we haven't increased the Chinese university willing to come here, and we can actually to see that and talk that with the Chinese to see, understand how they did that and bring solutions that could be applicable in Brazil. Together with you, David, your turn.
Yes, I think the question really is about the nature of stretching targets. And my sort of comment on this would be, I think targets, of course, are incredibly important for setting the vision, but more importantly, we need to consider how we map the pathway there, which requires, of course, dedicated funding. It requires evidence-based reporting and also the success stories that I mentioned as in the overview talk. I think what's important that those targets don't become politicized or used for excuses not to make progress, and they need to be, in terms of making action, aligned with the knowledge base, but importantly with business and with industry, because they're going to have to deliver on the financing part. So government has an important role there to help to de-risk some of those investments, but also to provide a consistent and clear policy framework for implementation to happen. One of the most difficult things in terms of delivering on some of those ambitious targets is changing sort of policy dimensions and uncertainty for business, which causes problems in terms of investment. And I think that clear policy framework, some bravery from national governments, I was asked to talk about multilateralism, but the bravery from national governments to stick in that framework is critical to make that shift, because it will come down to business, industry and communities to make those changes. So good to have stretching and appropriate and evidence-based targets, but the question is, how do we stick to the course for actionable knowledge?
Okay, thank you. Só para fazer comentário.
So to make a comment on that side, how can we, how do we say the Court of Accounts?
Como é que fala isso? We have a system that checks all the accountability of the country, so everything that the government spend after it is expended. It is spent. Sorry? It's not a transparency report. It's a group of people that is part of the government that checks all the accountancy, all the accountability.
Something as a Court of Accounts.
Something wrong, you are punished, or you have to give the money back, etc. You have this at the level of the city, the level of the state, and at the level of the union, right? So what we are doing to try to accelerate the process here is to teach these guys, to convince these guys about what is the climate change and why they have to tolerate certain kinds of expenses that are related, for example, to adaptation, because they can hold the system because of that, and they can actually create chaos sometimes because of that. So this is a way we can accelerate to spend money in a faster and cleaner way. It doesn't mean spending money without checking, but they have to have in mind that we are going to have to spend money in a different way than we did in the past. So this we participated together in that, and it's really very hot subject in Brazil now. This is one of the ways, but I think we have to think. I don't know the document. Maybe Paulo can comment afterwards. I don't know the document. I'm calling this the acceleration document. But we have to find how we can bring these targets closer to perhaps 2040. We have a question there? Okay.
Bom dia.
Good morning. I wanted to pose a comment on one part that was said regarding the LED lights. We know I work with light and sound and biodiversity, and we know that worldwide the lights that we used to have are changed for LED, and LED has a better efficiency, but it's also got impacts in biodiversity, many implications, mainly the white and blue light, mainly spectrum lights. Those lights, those spectrums attract lots of insects and causes mortality of those insects because they get exhausted and there are problems, migratory birds as well having problems, and also with bats, so forth. And we call those contaminants as neglected pollutants because they're pollutants that we have not studied enough, and they are not in the agendas of thinking actually in those issues. So just in order, is there a possibility of thinking in these agendas, talking in the biodiversity? And that was my comment. I think it's very important. We always have a side effect from a technology that it seems and arrives as healthy, and so we are open to receive that kind of suggestions and creating working groups, task groups, because with electrification we created a commission where all those that didn't want to, were against, had the opportunity to bring on the table their arguments. We opened that in order to pick all suggestions, all points of view, and then try to send to the parliament that we are subordinated to them, so that they can actually, those things, that the measures that should be taken, that be converted into norms, and we just obey that. But very welcome your suggestion.
And the thing is that we do know that this change exists in energy-wise and economically-wise. This is better. But this mindset that we need to think about biodiversity, because this is just my field, right? So I am touching on what I am an expert at. So yes, there are some solutions, and we can propose them. We have done some things with the European Union and the UK as well. And should we contribute even further, please? We can even do a policy brief for this. Well, the chief of my office, Luciana Feldman, is here. So just give her your contact details so that we can establish this contact, okay? Please bring it to São Paulo, please. This is very important.
Yeah, I think what we were talking about there were some of the potential, what we might call unintended consequences of the net zero transition. And I think we need to be very careful in terms of understanding what they might be, but also thinking about them in terms of potentially sort of co-benefits. So I wonder if the European Union project you're referring to is something called Loss of the Night. So there was a huge project which was mapping cities and how, with the net zero transition and change of lighting, that had an impact upon particularly migratory pathways of bats, biodiversity of moths and other macroinvertebrates, insects. That research actually showed that if you plan those corridors appropriately, they can still provide the permeability across cities and the connectivity if the lamps are placed in the right spaces. And within the work that we do in terms of hydrological research, we do something very similar in this solutionscapes concept, because one of the biggest impacts in the UK of the warming climate is going to be impacts upon river water temperature. And that's really important for fisheries. So wild Atlantic salmon are worth to the UK economy about £80 million every year. They're the only form of livelihoods in some environments. And water temperature is incredibly important for being able to discharge heat or take in cooling water for power generation. So what we've managed to identify is that there are very particular parts of river catchments where if we plant riparian forests to shade the streams and keep them cooler, that will provide real sort of significant ecological benefits, and also across the river network keeps streams within currently manageable limits. So I think it's really important, again, the whole purpose of our policy briefs and the work we do is to use the best evidence to make the best decisions. And I think that solutionscapes approach, where we can think about how do we make the net zero transition in an appropriate and sensitive way by targeting our interventions is really critical. That must be science and evidence-based, but also needs to fit in an appropriate policy context. And I think from what we heard in terms of the Sao Paulo case, I think engaging communities within that and co-creating some of the solutions is incredibly important as well.
Okay, nós temos agora.
Now we have to conclude because we are a bit late. Fernando is already mad at me. Fernando is already mad at me because we are delayed. I just would like to say that during this panel, we preferred to touch on politics, on policies, at the conclusion of the event instead of the outset of the event, because we have had many presentations so far. We have had this warm-up session, so to speak. And now we have turned on our engines. We already get to know each other. So now we can now touch more on public policies. We're not talking about politics itself, but we're talking about public policies. And now we are going to move on to the next panel, and Fernanda is going to invite you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for this panel. Thank you so much for this fantastic opening panel. Yes, we are late. So I would like to also invite the panelists of the next panel to have this quick opening, keep their opening words quick. And we're going to have this biodiversity panel from 10:45 to 12. Coffee break between 12 to 20:15, and the health panel between 12:15 and 1:30 for 2. So we are going to have an afternoon session, I would say, an early afternoon session. So we are going to start this, okay?
Now start the thematic panel on biodiversity, forests, and future, science and innovation for biodiversity resilience. We will explore the science and innovation that drives biodiversity conservation and forest resilience, and look to highlight nature-based solutions, monitoring technologies, and policy pathways for safeguarding ecosystems in Brazil and globally. We'll bring perspectives from leading researchers in ecology, biogeochemistry, biotechnology, and hope that the discussion will address current challenges and future opportunities for biodiversity resilience. So it's with great pleasure that I wanted to bring to the table Professor Eduardo Maio Mendiondo from the University of São Paulo. Professor Mario is a full-time professor at the School of Engineering of São Carlos and a researcher at the Incline program of the Institute of Advanced Studies at the University of São Paulo. He coordinates the Climaris Center, focusing on climate crisis resilience and disaster risk reduction, and his interdisciplinary work spans hydrology, eco-hydrology, and humanitarian engineering, with leadership in international and national networks such as the IPCC and UNESCO. He also contributes to the INCT Climate Change Phase 2 and the UNESCO Chair on Urban Waters. Thank you for being with us, Professor Mario. It's also my great pleasure to introduce Professor Jean-Paul Metzger from the University of São Paulo as well. Professor Jean-Paul Metzger is a full-time professor in the Department of Ecology and at the Institute of Biosciences of the University of São Paulo. He specializes in landscape ecology, ecosystem services, and nature-based solutions. His research focuses on the effects of land use change on biodiversity and ecological connectivity. He has published over 200 scientific articles and served as lead author for the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. His recent work focuses on ecosystem services, nature-based solutions, and transdisciplinary approaches that link biodiversity to human well-being. He coordinates the Ecosystem Services Research Group at the Institute of Advanced Studies. Thank you for being with us, Professor Metzger. I'd now like to welcome Dr. Jenna Lawson from the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Dr. Jenna Lawson is a biodiversity scientist at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. She specializes in acoustic monitoring, artificial intelligence, and robotics for biodiversity conservation. She leads the development of the AMI system for pollinator monitoring and works on acoustic tools for tracking birds, bats, and primates. Her research supports scalable biodiversity monitoring and informs conservation strategies in tropical and temperate ecosystems. Thank you for being with us, Janet. Also, with great pleasure, I would like to bring to the table Professor Maria Augusta Arruda. Maria Augusta Arruda is director of the Brazilian Bioscience National Laboratory at the National Center for Research in Energy and Materials, so LNBio, part of CNP. She has a background in pharmacology and public health and has held permanent positions at the UERJ, University of the State of Rio de Janeiro, and the Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. Maria Augusta has held international partnerships in multiple sectors, has led international partnerships in multiple sectors, such as, for example, during her 12-year tenure at the University of Nottingham in the UK, where she led the Drug Discovery Initiative. Her work focuses on sustainable innovation, bioeconomy, and integrative biology. She promotes transdisciplinary approaches to biodiversity conservation, linking biotechnology, policy, and community engagement. Maria Augusta Arruda is affiliate fellow at the Robinson College in Cambridge and elected fellow of the British Pharmacological Society. Thank you for being with us, Dr. Maria Arruda. And last but not least, my pleasure to introduce Professor Sami Yula from the University of Birmingham. Sami is a professor of biogeochemistry, director of the Birmingham Institute of Forest Research, BIFOR, and the academic coordinator of the BIFOR Free Air CO2 Enrichment Phase facility at the University of Birmingham. He has served as an advisor at the UK DEFRA Nutrient Management Expert Group, where the group provided key policy recommendations to the government for sustainable nutrient management in England post-Brexit in 2024. He's also authored science evidence briefs in response to the House of Commons Select Committee on Environment, calls on England's tree planting strategy and achieving net zero in the UK. His research is mainly focused on assessing the response of forests to elevated CO2 at BIFOR phase and leads a New Horizon Europe project called Future Forests, assessing the response of European forests to global change across 9 forest manipulation facilities in Europe. Dr. Sami, thank you for being with us. So now that the table is formed, Professor Mario, the floor is yours.
Bom dia. Obrigado, Fernanda.
Thank you so much. We are starting now this round, which aims to touch on forest futures and biodiversity, science and innovation for ecological resilience. I have a brief introduction, and I would like to know if we can do it now, or do we have to go over there? Wow. So, as my presentation comes, I would like to say that I am a professor and the director of the Hydrological Resources and Environmental Resources of the School of Engineering of São Carlos, which also is part of the University of São Paulo, our campus in the countryside of São Paulo, 3 hours away from here. And it's a pleasure to be here sharing this table with you, with so many good experts on this dialogue, so that we can bring this dialogue between the UK, Brazil. It's a pre-COP dialogue, and thinking about this post-COP period, this post-2030. I've always been talking to Stefan, Marcos, and David and Arlindo about this, right? I also like to greet you all. Is my presentation here? Okay. So I think that my presentation is not here yet. We have to accelerate our 2040 goals, but we are still being delayed in this, right? We have to rush a little bit. Maybe this is a roadmap training for us to accelerate these goals. So the questions from the previous panel, I would like to say that Dr. Nalini and David, they said it well. The problems, the challenges were very well discussed, but now this is a panel more focused on other things. And this was our first consensus. We also wanted to add some solutions and the expertise and challenges. Sometimes the challenges are based on our controversies and also our failures, but we still have to continue working on them. The first speaker and panelist here, Professor Jean-Paul Metzger, from the Institute of Biosciences of the University of São Paulo. He's also part of the biosynthesis of the Institute of Biosciences of this university. He is by my side. I will talk to him first, and then Jana Lawson from the UKCEH, and Maria Augusta, and then Samiula. So we are going to proceed in this order. If my introduction does not come, so then I'm going to pass the floor to Professor John Paul Metzger. Thank you so much for being here, and it's a pleasure to see you again. Thank you, Mario. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much to the British Consulate and IELA for inviting us and organizing this event for all of us. I will speak in Portuguese because I speak faster and think faster in Portuguese than in English. But please, I can switch languages every time you want. Well, I would like to start by saying that we have to deal on the integration of biodiversity agendas and climate agendas as well. And I think that we really needed to combine these two agendas, not because they cannot be treated independently. Just we have a climate COP, a biodiversity COP, IPCC, PBS, and others. But as there are many synergies between biodiversity and climate, I believe that only to optimize the resources and optimize efficiency of these actions performed by us that can also benefit biodiversity and climate issues, it would be better to treat them collectively. So I will defend now my point of view why we should treat climate and biodiversity collectively. There is no presentation on my end, which is an advantage. So there is no failure on my part. You are accelerating the goals, aren't you? Yes, we have to do this. Otherwise, you're not going to be part of this table, right? So now I would like to introduce this briefly, and I would like to mention 2 points here, this synergy, biodiversity and climate, and the second point that I would like to highlight, which I will address right afterwards, is the adaptation topic, which has been an agenda that has always been second to the mitigation agenda. This is dangerous, especially if you want to combine climate and biodiversity agendas. But the first point is that we will optimize existing synergies between carbon and biodiversity. Almost every action that favors biodiversity as part of a restoration, this will also capture carbon. And many carbon capture actions, especially when it comes to carbon credit and others, we must combine biodiversity and carbon. So carbon capture is not only about these monospecific topics, but we want to capture carbon in more diversified systems. So yes, there are synergies, and we will take advantage to build on them. Another important topic that was published some years ago in the city of Rio de Janeiro with many authors is that we planned the optimal areas for biodiversity, for carbon, and we also looked at the cost for the whole Atlantic rainforest in Brazil. And there is a very interesting result, because the geography of carbon geography differs from that of biodiversity optimization, which is also different from that of optimal areas in terms of low cost. So we really needed to combine these geographies. And once we combine these geographies, we can identify the areas that at the same time it can bring us more benefits for carbon biodiversity at the lowest cost possible. And this is a very huge potential that we cannot develop if we look at both agendas separately. We really needed to integrate them, work with these methodologies, so that we can see how cost effective this is and optimize this, especially so that we can do this planning in a smart manner, so that we can optimize resources and optimize our time, our efficiency as we act. The second point, we talked about net zero by 2050 or by 2040, but the net zero agenda has always prevailed in relation to the race to resilience. And I think that this is a shame. When you think of net zero, if I capture 1 ton of carbon in Atlantic rainforest or in the Amazon, well, it doesn't matter, because the atmosphere, the benefit for the atmosphere will occur regardless of where this carbon capture occurs. But when you think of an adaptation agenda, specialization is very important. If you want to protect this, as Secretary Nalini said, and I like to see that in this the strategy 2 of this climate plan, there is one touching on that. But when it comes to adapting cities to heat waves or excessive rainfall or landslides, this adaptation must occur close to where this vulnerable population is. And in this sense, we cannot just act anywhere so that we can have adaptation. The ideal thing is that we can combine these actions, which will favor carbon and biodiversity, where adaptation is necessary, and knowing that the world population, about 70% of the population is already living in urban areas. For instance, in the state of São Paulo, we are talking about 96% of our population living in urban areas. So, if we really want to work with this adaptation agenda, we really need to combine restoration and actions or interventions based on nature-based solutions, so that we can draw them closer to the cities. The scientific report published an article maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. Our biosynthesis group mapped out the potential, the restoration potential that we have inside the urban and adjacent areas. Just for you to have an idea, these areas represent 4% of the territory of our state. And within this 4%, we could identify 410 hectares which are appropriate for restoration. 410 hectares. Well, this is 1/3 of the goal of the state of São Paulo to restore areas by 2050, which is 1.5 million. So if we're going to plan that properly, 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. Yes, you're accelerating goals. Yes, that's what people are doing. Everybody has been accelerated here. We can adapt to it. Don't worry. All right. But what I'm telling you is that if we can direct a part of this 1.5 million by 2040, 2050 to areas closer to people, and the benefits that we will have in terms of mitigation, in terms of adaptation, of course, they need to be analyzed. And once we bring these actions closer to cities, the nature-based solutions, those that are being served by ecosystem services, those that are dealing with societal problems such as climate adaptation, and they also need to benefit people, of course, greater resilience, greater adaptation, and biodiversity. These nature-based solutions are key elements so that we can integrate these mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity agendas. As I did not have much time, I will speak some of my points, but I would like also to touch on COP as well, because this COP will happen soon. And the adaptation agenda is becoming stronger and stronger. We are discussing an adaptation fund now, GGAs also, and we have to adapt the global to what is local, cities, communities. That is, the adaptation is becoming more relevant when it comes to nature-based solutions, as they are part of the solutions that we integrate adaptation and biodiversity. And Brazil, or tropical territories, are basically, we have this vulnerable population. And in this region, we can see, for instance, these heat waves. they cause more mortality and adverse events. When we see, for example, in the global north. So we needed to stop discussing this restoration agenda alone, so that we can focus also on a type of agenda where Brazil can lead not only in terms of restoration, also nature-based solutions, which can combine mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity conservation. And I will stop here because my time is up. Wow, you accelerated everything so well. This was quite a training, huh? It's good to have an engineer around so that we can apply the solutions once in a while, right? Okay. Now, Jenna Lawson, please. So, this is the first round. Then we're going to have a Q&A. So please stay where you are. Do not leave this room.
To come up. I just want to thank everybody for organizing this event and for inviting me to speak. It's an honor. And I apologize that I'm going to be speaking in English today for everybody in the audience. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit today. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to talk about this intersection of biodiversity, technology. I'm going to touch on AI, which is a word and a field that people are either terrified of or think is amazing. And then I'm going to talk about local and sort of international collaborations and how all this is related to climate change. So in the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, I work as part of a team who works on technology for monitoring biodiversity. And you can see some pictures here of the various technologies that we work on. So the very first picture over in the far left, that's an acoustic recorder. With this, we can monitor audible and ultrasonic acoustics, so birds, bats, amphibians, primates, lots of different species. The second one along is a soil acoustics recorder. It's a brand new field where we can put a contact microphone into the ground and we can monitor all the invertebrates under the soils. The third one is a hydrophone. So we also work on underwater acoustics, studying species such as fish and invertebrates. And then the next two systems are systems that we develop at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. They are camera systems for monitoring insects, so nighttime flying insects, specifically moths as pollinators. And then the final one is a daytime system for monitoring pollinators, so bees, butterflies, hoverflies. And these systems are really, really good for monitoring biodiversity because they allow us to study at really, really wide spatial and temporal scales. Gone back. And this is really important because with climate change, and especially with extreme weather events, it's more important that we're able to monitor before events happen, during events, and after, so we can really monitor ecosystem stability. It also gives us that ability to monitor over the daily cycle and across seasons. And it also allows us to monitor at wide spatial scales, which is really important as humans encroach on our ecosystems. Technology is also less invasive, so we're not disrupting the very species that we're trying to study. And if the technology is robust enough and functions, it does allow us to reduce the person power costs and reduce the overall costs of our research. And just, oh, wow, we're going, bear with me 1 second. Okay, I don't think this next video is going to play. I don't think I can get this to play, can I? Okay. So I just want, this video was supposed to be a little example of AI in action. So when we collect data at such wide scales, so just to give you an idea, we collected 65 million images over the last 2 years across 12 different countries. We can't analyze that data anymore manually. We have to do it with AI. So we apply AI methods that allows us to analyze millions and millions of images that would probably take about 40 years to go through manually in a mere matter of 2 weeks. So just to show you the power of AI, I think it's probably not going to play. So we can skip that. So I just wanted to talk about this feedback loop between climate and biodiversity, which is essential. And I think we've already heard how important it is not to see climate and biodiversity as two separate issues, which we have been doing. So climate change causes biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss therefore increases climate change through a positive feedback loop. So when we lose species, we disrupt the balance of ecosystems, we reduce the stability and the functionality of these ecosystems, and healthy ecosystems that are carbon sinks, or should be carbon sinks, such as forests, peatlands and our oceans, start releasing CO2 into the atmosphere. And as biodiversity is destroyed in these ecosystems, it does also weaken our system's ability to act as natural buffers against things such as storm surges and flooding. And then the opposite effect, we've got climate change affecting biodiversity loss. So for example, extreme weather events, they're increasing in frequency and duration, such as fires, storms and droughts, and these are all destroying and killing wildlife. There's also the physiological stress that we're experiencing, so rising temperatures exceeding the tolerance limits of many species, causing mass die-offs. And we're seeing this at the moment, especially in coral reefs. We've lost 14% of all coral reefs between 2009 and 18. And then we're also experiencing issues such as habitat shifts, where many species are forced to migrate northwards or up in altitude, and a lot of them can't do this because of a lack of habitat. And then also the ecological mismatches, where climate change is disrupting these natural cycles of species that are dependent on each other. And so we have a few studies right now where we're looking at how climate change affects biodiversity and vice versa. And we're using technology to study climate change at wide temporal scales. We're using invertebrates as a study group because they have short life cycles and they react very quickly. And we're also looking at all these different events, ecological mismatches, extreme weather events and physiological stress, and trying to understand where those tipping points are beyond which ecosystems and species can't recover. This is working. And one thing I just want to touch on is the work that we're doing in low and middle income countries. So a lot of biodiversity monitoring using technology takes place in higher income countries, yet most biodiversity is in lower income countries. For example, only 8% of studies we found were done in Africa, despite it being one of the largest continents, and most of those studies were done by foreign researchers. Technology is produced and the analysis techniques are often produced in the higher income countries, and the funding is biased to scientists in these countries. And this is leading to a lack of capacity around use of technology and a lack of accessibility to technology, which is reducing our ability to monitor in low and middle income countries. And so there was a whole outcome around this at COP, not the climate COP, the biodiversity COP. So we do have a separate COP for biodiversity, which tells you a lot. And there was a whole outcome around how we actually need to share information about capacity need and implement these joint capacity building activities. And so we've been working on this across 12 different low and middle income countries currently. We have a big project trying to understand the needs of people in accessing technology, the barriers to actually accessing these technologies, and the required interventions that people need to be able to facilitate access. And just a few key messages that I'll go over at the end, and we'll talk about these a little bit more during the questions. So, as we've heard, biodiversity and climate change are not two separate issues, and we need to stop treating them as so, because they have a positive feedback loop. Technology can really improve our understanding of biodiversity, but it has to be equitable. Methods and metrics have to be standardized, and we need to avoid getting stuck in this development and not application, which we are currently within technology. And they have to be combined with traditional knowledge. And there's also a big disconnect for us in the biodiversity world between science and policy. Scientists are not collecting the required data that are needed for the finance and policy industries.
And one question I'd just like to pose is that local communities are key to conserving biodiversity, but with the carbon and credit markets for biodiversity, I would question who's making the money. It's not local communities, it's business. So I think we need to rethink the carbon and biodiversity markets, and there is a new nature asset market coming out, which will actually support local communities to protect nature.
Very nice. Thank you for your time. Very interesting. So, bom, então a gente vai continuar.
So now we are going to continue with our panelists. I thank you very much if you can actually... Meanwhile, I brought here a market of a real area, a Brazilian area, where we've got biodiversity, forest and science, but we need a lot of public policy. This area is the University of São Paulo, it's in the countries, it's the centers of resources. I'm going to pass it by so that as a strategy for pre-lunch, so that we can see that biodiversity can be touched, and that creates a link, a local link of adaptation. That's very important. You are not going to be the same after you touch it. It doesn't, it's not contagious, it's inert, right? It's done in 3D for Jenna, and then will be passed through all the audience, right? You're going to be the last one, right? Sorry for that. Thank you very much for your participation. Feel at ease.
Okay, so I reached that sweet spot that my Portuguese is as bad as my English. But Portuguese is not my mother tongue. Therefore, any mistake, oh, she's Brazilian. So thank you very much for the kind invitation, Fernanda, and for the chair for the opportunity. I will fail miserably with the timing, so but I'll do my best. So earlier today we talked about CNPEM. Our vice director said that it is a magnificent infrastructure, and it's the largest and most advanced infrastructure for science technology in Brazil. And I think that it's fitting to say where it's located. It's between the old coffee plantation fields, where enslaved people like my ancestors brought richness to the state of São Paulo and the whole Brazil, and beautiful parts of the Atlantic forest and the Brazilian savanna called Cerrado. And that's a complex of national laboratories. The leading one, the star of the show is Sirius, that is that big stadium there, that is the only particle accelerator in Latin America. And it started with the one in the bottom of the UVX that you can see, that was the first synchrotron light source of the southern hemisphere. So along this national laboratory, there are another three. The Biorenewables National Laboratory, that is our Synthetic Biology Center, the Brazilian Nanotechnology National Laboratory, which offers to the community the largest electron microscopy park in Latin America, and the Brazilian Bioscience National Laboratory that I'm going to talk a little bit more later today. We also now have ILUM, the School of Science, that is our own undergraduate program in science technology, because we need to feed the pipeline of researchers in our center. So we work with everything from agriculture to environment, and obviously health is in the middle of that. All our facilities are open and free of charge to any academic researcher in the world. We are able to offer state-of-the-art facilities because we've got a very robust research and development program. We support innovation and are committed to education and outreach as well. So why it's so important? It's because it's one of the three synchrotron light sources of its kind in the world, the most advanced ones, and as you can see, the other ones are in Europe. And why do you need synchrotron light sources if you're not a physicist or a structural biologist? It allows us to use the whole spectrum from infrared all the way to very hard X-rays to understand the matter from its composition to the way it organizes in space. And because we like building big things and the first and the shiniest, we are now involved with the Orion project that is the first biosafety level 4 infrastructure in Latin America. Every time that we discover something Ebola-like, we need to go to the US, or not anymore, to Europe. And the first in the world connected to synchrotron light sources. So once again, to allow us to understand pathogens from the atomic level all the way to the whole animal. And he is our president, very proud. And if you're curious to know a little bit more about how we came about to have the Orion project at CNPM, you can, well, we can Google us or just go to this publication, Nature, from last year. And I'm now going to get into the subject itself, but before I will talk a little bit about my center, the Brazilian Biosciences National Laboratory. And when we talk about infrastructures, it's all about shiny buildings and advanced equipment, and actually it's about the people. So he's the people that make LNBio what it is today. And our working mission, because it's our under development, is to use integrative biology to understand health and disease in the Anthropocene, and with that, to support the development of healthcare solutions. Because we've got this ability, being this campus, to go from the atomic level all the way to the whole organism. But we don't shy away as structural biologists, biochemists, biophysicists, etc., from the big challenges of our time, being the climate stress and the increased levels of inequalities in the world caused by things like racism, xenophobia, misogyny. And I heard something, one of the first with the secretary of the city of São Paulo, mentioning that, in the civilized world, I think that, I've been radicalized after 12 years in the UK. I think that the local communities are the most civilized people on earth. They live without destroying the environment. They live sustainably, in a much more civilized way than many of us. We are also working in climate health, and I'm going to talk about that very briefly later today. And I think that we need to promote, as in this institution that is the most prominent in science technology in Brazil, we need to promote paradigm shifts. We need to get holistic approaches. We need equitable relationships. We need to practice responsible research innovation to address the intersectional failures of our past through co-design, co-production, and co-delivery. So we are just a bunch of biologists, and ultra geek ones. So I like this quote very much: start where you are, use what you have and what you can. And as we are in a solution-focused panel here, and it was already mentioned, the biodiversity of Brazil. Brazil is the most mega biodiverse country in the world. And as that's what we do, we are biomedical biologists. Pharmacology is one of the fields, and my field. When people think about natural products, they mix with homeopathy and things that your grandma that lives in the countryside gives you. Actually, almost 70% of all medicines that you find at Boots are at least inspired by natural products. On the other hand, we don't have any patented drug from the Brazilian biodiversity.
Maria?
I am going to be very fast now. So that's what we do here. They gave me 10 minutes I've got. So that's what we use. We use the series to demystify this fallacy that natural products are not important. We've got engagement with industries showing the potential of these interactions. And here, just to close, the very interesting program that we've got with this community in the driest and poorest part of Brazil, to use licuri, that produces an oil that is very important, and because of its content of lauric acid. Anyway, these women, they don't get the benefits of licuri. And now we are working with colleagues from the Federal University of Pernambuco. It was the first time that a local community filed a patent in Brazil. And when you do that, you really transform this region. That's what we are doing with our colleagues from the Federal University of Pernambuco and the support of the Science Technology Ministry. And using not only the natural product itself, but the traditional knowledge that they've got. So it was asked for me to give, and yes, it taught us to work with colleagues from other South American countries, Amazonian countries, and we've got also this program that promotes engagement with local communities and go all the way to build a molecular biodiversity map of Brazil. So the take-home message, because I've been indulging myself here, is that we and many other people in Brazil are starting to design blueprint for conservation and social development, harnessing the power of biodiversity through co-creation, co-development, and co-delivery. And on that note, thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation. Now we're going to do what we can, but and also that one, not only what we can, but what we dream, right? Okay, so now we're going to so for fourth panel, Professor Sami. I thank you, Sami.
Que esse painel é biodiversidade, florestas.
This panel is biodiversity, forest, and futures. Futures in plural. Science, innovation for resilience of biodiversity on ecological resilience. Okay.
Thank you for the invitations. Also, thank you to the University of Sao Paulo and the British Consulate for inviting and hosting us here. So I am focusing a little more on forests, and particularly on elevated CO2, but later in the presentation I would try to talk about broader global change in the responses of forests as well. I'm presenting this work on behalf of my diversity of colleagues, more than hundreds, including David Hanna and Stefan Kraus in attendance here, who are also driving the key water science research at our FACE facility. Elevated CO2 and fossil emissions, by 2024, we are about emitting more than 41 gigatons of carbon dioxide into the year, mostly from fossils, but also from land use change. So that's the sources of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. The sinks is atmosphere itself, where the carbon dioxide is rising, and 1/3 of the total human emitted carbon dioxide is taken back by the land plants, the land carbon sinks. Pretty much 1 out of the 3 CO2 molecules emitted by humans are taken back by plants. So it's a free gift, a free service by our plant ecosystems. And then there is an additional 26% intake into the oceans. Among the land carbon sinks, it's the forests. 62% of that CO2 is taken by the world forests. This sink is predicted to increase under rising atmospheric CO2 concentration, which is the top. However, Newton limitations or climate extremes and global change might constrain that CO2 fertilization experiments. Now, to predict the response of forests and its role in climate change mitigations, we need to know what other factors might be affecting that CO2 fertilization effect. And to do so, we need experiments at scale. We can't bring Amazonian trees into this room because otherwise we have to remove the roof itself. So we need to do experiment at scale. And when I talk about forests and carbon, not all forests are the same. They are different. So if I come to temperate forests, they roughly consume or take up 3 billion tons of CO2 per year, which is roughly equal to the EU 27 plus UK anthropogenic emissions. So that's the amount that the northern temperate forests are taking up. Or it's equal to the amount of total CO2 produced by the global deforestation. So it's a huge sink in temperate forests. How would the temperate forest respond into the CO2 in the future? For that reason, we established an experiment in a 180 years old mature English oak forest in the UK in 2017. And we really wanted to address whether there would be nutrient or global extreme limitations that predicted CO2 fertilization in temperate forests to enable a sanity check and to benchmark Earth system models for their predictions and handling the uncertainty in the climate mitigation potential of forests. So that's the key driver there. There we established an experiment where we rising carbon dioxide by 150 ppm above the ambient levels. That means about 550 ppm, which would be in 2050. It's not too far for the policymakers to see it, that it's coming. So that's why we picked up that number. We started in 2015, and we're going to continue into 2030. So one of the longest CO2 enrichment facility to run into 2030 is multi-decadal to address the questions because the responses takes longer. What we've seen so far that since the inception of the facility, we saw an increase in photosynthesis, so more carbon is taken up, and out of that carbon, it contributes to 10% or 11% more dry matter captured in the trees itself. So that's a substantial sink. But I'm not going to go into the details of the plot that I'm showing here, but the yellow one is indicating elevated CO2, blue is ambient. This growth response is not very consistent. It varies from where is not the point when we have insect infestations or when we have drought, the growth response is suppressed. But the long-term measurement allows us to tease out the net increase in biomass. So it's an important aspect to note here. When the tree grows, it needs resources. And to do so, of the captured carbon dioxide, it enabled to take up 63% carbon out of the leaf into the rhizosphere in the form of a slushy or a cocktail to prime the microbes to look for the resources that the tree needs, and that carbon exudations eventually then accelerated the nitrogen cycle. Tropical forests are mostly phosphorus limited. We experienced nitrogen limitations, and in response, the nitrogen cycle accelerated by 30% to meet the tree nutrient demands. The key questions for us now, how long this nitrogen supply will be sustained? The soils are not unlimited stocks of nitrogen, and if we run out of soil stocks of nitrogen, the CO2 fertilization may come to an end. And how will drought and extreme events affect this carbon capture, particularly drought, heat, and disease? And we continue to answer these questions into the 2030s to benchmark Earth system models. Temperate forest is not the only type that they do this free service. We have a diversity of forest types, so there are other nutrient versus elevated CO2 experiments. Here is the one which started 3 or 4 years earlier than us, the eucalyptus space. It's a monospecies forest, dry Mediterranean type, from 2014 onwards. Those trees did not respond to elevated CO2 enrichment, 10 years. The reason is strong phosphorus limitation. Now they started phosphorus fertilizations to see if that might alleviate the limitations in enhanced carbon capture. But note, it's a monospecies stand. It's not as diverse as the tropical forest in Amazonia. How about Amazonia? So now the Amazon phase is to be launched soon in 2025, 2026. The infrastructure is in place. And we as an institute at Birmingham Institute of Forest Research work very closely at every level to learn from each other, share our experiences, and try to make the launch of the Amazon phase successful. Here is a picture of our engineer with the engineer from Amazonia working on the phase control system to be ready. And then the right side is one of the phase arrays in Amazonia. Why Amazon matters? It stores 150 to 200 petagram of carbon, which is huge. So I mentioned temperate forest, that's a small sink. Amazonia is a huge sink. It contributes to 50% of the rainfall in the regions, supporting agriculture in the southwestern Amazonian forest ecosystems in those swamps. This forest is experiencing heat and soil drought events, and these are key threats. And forests in Amazonia are also phosphorus limited in that part where the phase is built. But they are highly plastic and biodiverse. So the results from the phase facility in Amazonia is hugely awaited to really tell us what would be the net amount of carbon that these forests could take up and how much water saving it could do under elevated CO2 so that even the drought and heat stress could be ameliorated by elevated CO2. Something that the whole global community really look forward to it, and we are very happy to be part of this journey with Amazon phase. Now, talking about heat and soil droughts, one might ask, what other global change factors? These experiments are expensive. We can't do it all the time, and it takes a lot of time and resources. So you can't integrate all these together. But we have an opportunity to collaborate, link with facilities across the world to be able to tease out the response of forests to global changes. Here I give an example, a new project that we just started in September. It's called Future Forests, to assist the responses of European forests to global change through building synergies through a network of next generation scientists. And there is a whole suite of these experiments from ammonia depositions in the UK to fire fuel removal in Greece. And the list is all there. You will have read it before I say it. This is the kind of coordinations we need all over the world to have a synergy, collaborations, and cooperations to have a joint effort to understand the responses of our forests. And I have a couple of recommendations that will come under discussions, but my key message is we really need to invest in institute long-term phase facilities, not only for temperate and tropical forests, but there are many more to cover, like boreal and mangrove forests, for example, under various scenarios of nutrients, climate extremes, and disease. And we need to restore forest for enhanced carbon capture, among other vital functions that the forests deliver. The success of restorations require effective community and stakeholder empowerment and governance. So that's one end, and many of the panel members mentioned it. The second is, as academics, we fail to really consider the values and the judgment and the contributions of our colleagues in arts and humanities. We're suffering from a lack of their contributions into the physical sciences that we do. And that's on the academics really to take forward this message. Don't do anything unless you engage the arts and humanities. The reason I say it, we see forest for a tree and tree for a timber. This is what we do, physical scientists. But we had Claire Hewitt from the University of West of England. She is an artist and a photographer, and she did a project at our phase facility. And when she came to the forest, she said, everything in a forest is the forest, it's not the trees. That's the definition I personally adopted. And to do so, we need to engage arts and humanities to better understand our natural world and manage it. Thank you.
Thank you. Muito bem, então tivemos.
Okay, we've had a wonderful panel here, and now we're in a moment, I think, for a discussion. I'd like to see if it's possible to bring a little bit what was the context. I brought an exercise here. Let's go. This is my presentation. I think we've showed you part of it. Thank you. So we accelerate and you brake us so that we can drive safely. I want to thank everybody because as people behind, and we are in an institution of university, and we actually train people. These are our students, a sample of some of them, but we've got lots of people helping. I bring here some faces and people say pain here among these many photographs we've got from Brazil and abroad, and I wanted to show that people is an important aspect of this climate adaptation, sentinels on how we are actually fighting this. In our case, I would like to bring some good news. We are launching in the University of São Paulo on all research centers in resilience and disasters that is got an incredible potential of working with synergy with other projects, national and internationals, and of course in our colleagues David, Stephen at the University of Birmingham and Bisca that we are starting a jointly project in order to accelerate these procedures and bring solutions. So to bring the discussion, to draw the discussion, I want to highlight this photograph. This is the University of São Paulo in a high resources center, and these you can see these elements in this adaptation, as said by John Paul, that was highlighted by Jenna and Maria and Sami. They talked about the innovation elements, but we've got a process of immersion. We've got the projects that are working in that area, and this area that I'm talking is this area here. This is an example, and we talk a lot about Amazon, but this is actually the Brazilian Cerrado. It's like kind of a savanna. It's a very important biome. You can see how Brazilian science actually adapts in tone the different UDS and the National Institutes of Science and Technology. So, in the adaptation and in the exercise of the discussion, this is our frame. This is 200 years frame. We've got the past and we've got a future until 2100. We've got the experiences and works. David and Stephen and many other authors, we're working on that in order to see how can we create these sustainability observatories. That's the word that we were saying. We need observatories of sustainability that we could incorporate planetary health, but with innovation solutions and entrepreneurship. Dr. Alini said it clearly too. We need to promote employment for these new transformations. So the Science for Public Policy needs to be working for the creation of new opportunities for green jobs. We are tired of talk about that when we talk with David and Stefan in this interaction. So, and then comes the exercise, because this deep dive needs to be based on the capacity of the environment. It cannot be in a built environment. You need to have a certain balance on the San Carlos Engineering School. It's got three different areas. The central core area. You've got area 2. That's the periphery. So you've got these areas. These is the centers of hydric resources, water resources that we've been working there for 50 years. That works in order to receive Brazilian researchers and foreigners in order to work in there. As sometimes you need to bring the experiment and bring the researchers there, providing conditions so that he can have water, energy, internet, surveillance, together with the environment. So this would be a modality that we are actually highlighting this new project. You've got some slides. This is another photograph that we took. You see that it is. It's got a reservoir. It's got 90 years. That dam was created together with the University of São Paulo. And the area is at the side, so you've got the vegetation, you've got the lambs, and you've got the opportunity of do research, the basic research, and then work innovation, entrepreneurship with the startups and spin-offs of the third sector. To finish, as I bring you some photographs, we are always working with the training and readiness. You see the students, the international courses we all work in the issue of their readiness for this future of adaptation, mitigation, and transformation. Those are my details, and I want to open then this discussion very fast of all, so that Jean-Paul said and answered very well the challenges of this overlap of net zero and the other agenda of adaptation that is actually missing in this moment. It is critical what is a governance format and technology and science for public policies that we are working. So Jean-Paul could actually start with give his words on that. What would be for real cases the start, the kickoff, how do we accelerate, but with real cases to incorporate this adaptation agenda, but not only for the papers, because it needs to be be left with society. So that area needs to work within a community, as it could be, for example, a favela or a peripheral society. So I would like to start with you with that debate and on that subject matter. This is the agenda that we need to push forward. Where should we start? I think Maria Augusta said important things. There's co-creation, co-planning, and co-producing. We need to do in a jointly manner. So there's no adequate solution that will be a recipe for top-down. We need to co-create that kind of solutions in that sense. And based on what Marcos said in the kickoff of this table, we create a project financed by FAPESP of working together with the state of São Paulo in a co-creation of nature-based solutions, and we do a focus of synthesis. Instead of creating new data, we use data that are already there. We recombine, reorganize these data and we already have, and through heterogenic groups that could be inter or transdisciplinary. In our cases, are groups that have an incredible academic diversity, people from management, but people from the civil society, maybe people from local communities, and through these different points of view within these heterogenic groups or diverse groups, we try to find solutions. And I think that in order for us to come out from just planning and papers, the university needs to go beyond the walls and interact with the society, not as a teaching that something happens top down. We have the solutions and you apply what we tell you, but actually work in a jointly manner, so the implementation, not only the implementation, but also the monitoring of those actions. So something that we want to do a lot is actually this. Is to work with living labs, that live labs, and work together territorially with managers that that act there to plan and not only plan but also monitor as with participation in this monitor of the local population and understand what functions, what does not function, and make an adaptive management. So humbly work with the society for this co-creation, co-production, co-assessment of those solutions. That would be my idea. So it will be like a living campus, because actually the campus is a social lab where we transform science in public policy. Great. So
go to Jenna and Maria also maybe in some way, because in your presentation, Jenna, you have also the images and also artificial intelligence, so in some way transforming biodiversity into bytes. So how to assess biodiversity through bytes, because we have an emerging technology also pushing more of natural resources. What's your opinion for the next decades in terms of adaptation mechanisms where artificial intelligence and data centers are going to expand worldwide, but at some point we need to protect biodiversity real sense, sensing at local scale. So that is for Jenna, and also maybe Maria can adapt the combination of CNPM, how this technology can be accelerated, not only in terms of the accelerator, but also to be translated into the people. Thank you. Jenna?
Yeah, so I think we're using a lot of different technologies at the moment to study biodiversity, and I think I mentioned a few of them. So acoustics, camera-based systems, eDNA is expanding rapidly across species, satellite-based technologies such as LiDAR, robotics. But I think the biggest one is AI. We can build all the hardware we want, but unless we have the analysis techniques to deal with this large amount of data, then the hardware is useless without AI. The big issue we have right now is the extreme bias in not only the technologies that we're producing and where we're producing them. For example, most technology is produced in higher income countries. We take it to places like Brazil or Costa Rica or Indonesia. It doesn't work very well because it's not adapted for those environments. So there's a big bias in the technology, but there's a big bias in AI. For example, we have around 1,000 species of moth in the UK. We have AI capability to study all of those moths. For example, in Costa Rica, 6,000 species of moth, we can't even study 5% of them with AI right now. So what we need to be doing is really focusing on building capacity, capability, accessibility in lower middle income countries and in these tropical hotspots that we need to conserve. So I think we need to build partnerships between countries to reduce this bias, or I don't think we're going to stand much of a chance at conserving biodiversity. But we also need to build in local knowledge. Local people have so much knowledge that we can draw on, especially indigenous communities. And so a lot of scientists, we think that technology is the silver bullet. I used to think that, but we really need to be combining local knowledge and technology to study biodiversity.
Thank you. Maria?
So, yeah, thank you for the questions and the answers that we received so far. So I think that when it comes to bioeconomy, that is where, you know, when you think about drug discovery from the biodiversity, you think of bioeconomy. And there is this trend of thinking about that as a commodity. What we are trying to do at CNPM, not only accelerating what would take 20 years and 20 PhD students to produce, to do that in a couple of months, using AI, using machine learning, but also to offer a possibility of using the biodiversity as the basis of a knowledge-based economy. And I think that's something that the data that Gemma mentioned, today we throw data away, or we store them badly. I think that with the whole AI, what AI is showing us is that we are not doing the fundamentals of dealing with data amazingly well. The bias are in every sector that we select. So how to make it really integrated? So that's something that I think has a lot to do with the question. The other thing is how to make sure that these advancements are bringing real prosperity or resilience to the communities. So, and that's something interesting as well, because also earlier today there was a disregard for the humanities. So all this data that we are generating, we can't use them in the real world without the humanities with us, the transdisciplinarity, the plethora of approaches and visions that will make us make the leap. So the same way that I believe that this science diplomacy through the force of these 2 days are trying to put us outside our comfort zone, when it comes to the way we do research and the way we approach communities and what we generate, I think it would be really interesting to make it really transformative, bringing the perspectives from within academia. And I'm so glad that in the panel later today, we're going to have a little bit of that, of the psychology, of the sociology, of the anthropology, and how it affects our relationship with the environment and with the prosperity of the people that are sustaining it.
Thank you very much, very interesting. So I have now for Sami a question that we can make some discussion before related to the type of governance that, and what kind of governance model for are maybe the most effective for forest conservation and restoration. Because if we have this big amount of benchmarking with big models. But so what kind of governance model we can apply for the adaptation mechanisms? And what are the trade-off of synergies between forest conservation and other land use, especially in peri-urban areas? We have still an expanding continent in terms of urbanization. So thank you.
Thank you, Mario. So in terms of governance, there are many models, top-down, market-based, community-based, and these different models have been in practice. Top-down was the global norm, and with time we realized that we need to be more democratic and engage everyone, so we went to community-based governance as well of natural resources and managing the resources. All these have its merits, but there are some limitations. So the new approach should be a hybrid governance, bringing market, top-down approaches, community-based approaches, all together, all actors and all stakeholders. And that could enable a more effective management of our natural resources and identifying threats. And to do so, we really have to have very clear hybrid approaches in terms of clear policies and laws from local to international cooperations. We have to have engagement at all levels of all the stakeholders and actors. And then we have to clearly define incentives, the benefits and losses, and that have to be equitable. So we cannot ask Brazil to protect forests because the value of my weather and my summer holidays depends on your forest. So we have to have equity and make sure that if Brazil is doing a service to the global community, we have to have that equity in place to enable that. So it's a common resource, and we should be careful asking other nations unless we pay for what the service they offer to us. And then we have to have clear accountability in the hybrid system, and that would enable more to stick to the policy and to the laws, and to make sure that we are then adaptable. Means that laws and policies are not very rigid, but it's adaptable. Things are changing, and then we could respond to those changes effectively. So that's the kind of governance I think would be more effective. And the second question was about land use, right? So we have a tremendous pressure on our landscapes, landscapes for agriculture, landscapes for livestock, human residences, infrastructure, and natural and semi-natural land use types, forest, peatlands, and pastures. Every sector has its own targets and sustainability challenges. And to manage the landscapes, we really need to bring all these land use types and its interactions with the air and the water as well. So it's not only the land, but air and water included, to come up with a landscape model where we have appropriate coverage of natural and semi-natural ecosystems, human habitations, and agriculture sector within those land use types, and do a more effective estimations and calculations of where our targets are for this land use type to protect air quality, protect the soil itself, protect water quality as well, and deliver, for example, the net zero. So we have to have a balance. And this balance is critical. Yesterday, Professor Carlos Siri from USP Piracicaba mentioned that he was at the FAO last week, and FAO mentioned that they expect a 20% more increase of food productions from Brazil to serve the global community. This expectation will have serious implications. You could increase food security for the rest of the world, but that means the use of fertilizers, the emissions of nitrous oxide gases, and then this positive feedback to global warming. So we cannot just come up with these ballpark numbers without proper evaluations to appropriate land to these different demands. So science evidence and a careful considerations of negative and positive feedbacks in land use and landscape planning is critical.
So we have no planet B, but we have several options for adaptation models for governance in for restoration. So that is very good news. Ok, eu acho bom que estamos passados.
So we are late. You're going to tell me that sadly we are not going to have questions now from the audience. We apologize for that, for everybody here, mainly and here. But we're going to be together for the interval, and you can actually come to the panelists and pose your question, because then we're going to have finish and a moment for discussion, the follow-up. Remembering that this is just a training of acceleration and de-acceleration, but I liked it a lot, and I think there's important information that we've got a small video, 30 seconds video. Fernanda, so. It's not appearing everybody. Okay. Half the video. So that's a little bit the vision of the students at the University of São Paulo that is actually greeting you. And And you see, it's a fast video that actually into the wild. It's here's all everybody that is undergraduated students, technicians, and saying our thank you very much. And this event bring a lot of cooperations and opportunities, lessons learned, accelerations, and good breakings as well. Thank you very much, panel. So sorry that we were not able to have questions. We could have a very fast, it's only 10 minutes, and we come back for the health panel. Very fast, please.
Olá, olá, se a gente puder ir se sentando aos pouquinhos, para a gente não atrasar ainda mais do que já estamos. Bom, eu vou começar porque a minha parte não é importante. A minha parte importante é quando eles estiverem aqui na mesa. Mas a gente vai... sorry.
So, então,
give a start to the final thematic panel on heat waves, air and illness, where climate meets health. So this panel aims to explore the intersection of climate change, human health, focusing on impacts of heat waves, air pollution, and systemic vulnerabilities. It brings together experts in atmospheric science, public health, psychology, and community resilience to discuss how climate extremes affect physical and mental health, and what science and policy can do to build more resilient societies. So it's my incredible pleasure to welcome back to the table our lovely chair, Professor Maria Augusta Arruda, Director of the Brazilian Biosciences National Laboratory at the National Center for Research in Energy and Materials, LNBio-CNP. Thank you, Professor, for being with us again. I would also, it's also my great pleasure to welcome Professor Paulo Artacho to the panel. Professor Paulo Artacho is full-time professor at USP's Institute of Physics and one of Brazil's leading atmospheric scientists. His research focuses on aerosols, air pollution, and their interactions with climate systems. He has contributed extensively to the IPCC and is a member of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences. His work has shaped understanding of how human pollution and biomass burning affect public health and climate, and he's a vocal advocate for integrating air quality into climate policy. Thank you for being with us, Professor Paulo Artacho. It's also my pleasure to welcome to the table Dr. Christopher Cunningham. Dr. Christopher Cunningham is a researcher at the National Center for Monitoring and Early Warning of Natural Disasters, CEMADEM. He specializes in climate health links, attribution science, and data-driven approaches to resilience. His work includes forecasting and modeling the health impacts of floods, droughts, and heat waves, and integrating meteorological data with public health planning. He contributes to Brazil's National Adaptation Plan and supports science policy dialogue on climate risk and health systems. Thank you so much, Dr. Christopher, for being with us today. Also, my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Daniela Watson from Imperial College London to also form this panel. Dr. Daniela is a chartered health psychologist and a research associate at Imperial College London in the Imperial College Climate Care Center. Her work focuses on the mental health impacts of climate change, particularly among young and vulnerable populations. She leads participatory research on climate anxiety, psychological resilience, and community engagement. Daniela also works in the Connected Climate Minds initiative, which brings together global voices to shape mental health responses to climate stressors. Thank you so much, Dr. Daniela, for being here with us this evening. And again, last but not least, it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Katinka Weber from the University of Birmingham. Dr. Katinka is an anthropologist and senior research fellow at the University of Birmingham's Department of Applied Health Sciences. Her research has explored how indigenous and socially or economically marginalized communities respond to development processes, shifting regimes of governments or environmental change. She has looked at how these dynamics intersect with health and health inequalities, and exploring public health and community-based solutions with a focus on women's and child's health, as well as indigenous health. She has worked in Latin America, the UK, Germany, as well as recently in West Africa and Mali. She's involved in several global health projects, including Masiwara project in Mali, aimed at reducing the high incidence of diarrhea amongst young children. Katinka also works with the WHO Collaborating Center for Emergency Critical and Operations Care, supporting the development of international guidance for pre-hospital care systems. Katinka has taught in the fields of Latin America and anthropology, sociology, development studies, and research methods. Dr. Katinka, thank you very much for being with us today. And with that, Professor Maria, as chair of this wonderful panel, I give you the word. Thank you so much.
I'm sure that everybody's tired of my voice by now. It's a pleasure and it's an honor to host this panel in a theme that is very, very close to our heart at CNPM as well, as we are starting to delve into trying to understand the molecular basis and how extreme heat affects human health. However, today I'm not going to say anything about that because we've got a stellar lineup, and I'm sure that you're all very excited, wanting to hear from them. So without much further ado, I would like to invite Professor Paulo Artacho, one of our counselors at CNPM, I should say, for his remarks. Thank you, Paulo.
Ok, como é que vai para lá? Quem põe lá? Chegou alguma hora. Okay. Thanks for the invitation. 6 slides for 5 minutes talk. So basically, the idea, the main message, as you all know, is that the climate change is certainly one of the biggest threats to health in this century, by several different reasons, including a slow rising temperature that is changing climate, water cycle, and so on, by the rising sea levels for the population that lives in the coast, and also because of the increase in climate extreme events. So the three aspects are bringing tremendous impacts in several different health outcomes, as this slide that is from the Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change publication. And the climate effects on human health are extremely diverse. We cannot resume this in just a few different aspects that goes from the increasing air pollution, from the proliferation of vector-borne diseases, from the dissemination of new viruses and existing viruses, and so on. So, and basically, science knows relatively little about these complex interactions. And the second important point is that tropical countries like Brazil will be the most affected by the implication of climate change and health. And that is important for all tropical countries, but in particular for Brazil. This can be seen by several different climate indicators, like if you analyze the heat waves anomalies in Brazil from, let's say, 30 years ago up to this decade, we see a huge increase in heat waves. And basically, for instance, 2024, or the hottest year already observed in any climate record in Brazil, with some cities having average increase in average temperature by more than 2.5 degrees all over the year. during winter and during summertime. So recent papers that compiles heat stress in South America shows really remarkable data that analyze the impacts in Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, all the South America, that shows that over the last 5 or 6 years, we are observing a huge increase in the heat wave stress and impact on health. And this called the attention for global sites like this one we have right now. I think is very useful site, is Thermal Trace, that are tools to analyze climate extreme and impacts on health in all the planet, including the threshold for the combination of temperature and relative humidity that is very critical, because it's not only temperature that has the health impacts, but it's actually the increase of humidity that aggravates the impacts of the increase in temperature on health. And as you can see here, the time series for 2024 for Manaus, where for more than 3 months, the temperature combination with the high relative humidity have overpassed the very strong and dangerous impacts on climate. And in the future, IPCC makes it very clear that you have to adapt our societies to the increase in climate extremes, because the latest IPCC report shows that one event that was happening once every 50 years in a 4 degrees warmer climate, this event will be 39 times more frequent and will be 5 times more intense. So we need to prepare our societies for this impact that, of course, irrespective of whatever we decide in COP30, this is the future of humanity anyway. And there are other types of health impacts. That is, for instance, the outcomes of the febre Maiaro and Aropoche that are increasing in tremendous rate and very quickly in Brazil, in addition to dengue, malaria, and other diseases associated with increasing climate and relative humidity. And of course, the most vulnerable people are certainly the ones who suffer most of the consequences, you know. That's another important point. The health impacts will not affect equally everybody, but especially the most vulnerable people, like someone who lives 2 or 3 days far from the nearest health hospital, for instance, in Amazonia, will be severely impacted much more than anybody who lives here in São Paulo. And to address that, it's important the concept of One Health from the World Health Organization that treats an equilibrium between the environmental health for the ecosystems, the social systems, and so on, the health of the animals, including food production, and the health of humans. So only with the common approach, we will be able to really help with the One Health concept that is critical for climate change. And in a much more general way, the Anthropocene concept, you know. So we saw just before this session the implication of the biodiversity conservation in terms of climate, and also this has a strong impact on health in a much more general concept of the Anthropocene and how the planetary health is being impacted by our occupation of our planet, in addition to the climate issue. So basically, I think that to conclude, I think it's very clear that climate change is certainly one of the most important threats to public health in this century. It's fundamental that not just a COP30, but in possibly all the next 20 or 30 COPs, we could avoid the collapse of the global climate system. And it's very important message that Brazil and other tropical countries are the countries that will be most affected. I always remember that a 3 or 4 degrees increase in temperature in Cuiabá, Belém, or Manaus will have a much larger impact than a 4 degrees increase in Stockholm, in Moscow, or in Montreal. So basically, the one who will be affected are our society, and we have to prepare for that as quickly as possible. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Paulo. Always brilliant. And now I'm going to call Jenna Lawson. The floor is yours. Where's Jenna? No, sorry. Oh, sorry. Daniela Watson. Daniela, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's there.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniela Watson, and I just want to say a massive thank you for having me here today, and that I've learnt so much from all of the presentations and the really interesting and I guess riveting panel discussions, and I hope to contribute now to some I guess slightly different ways of thinking as a psychologist and talking about the mental health impacts of climate change. So I work at the Climate Care Centre at Imperial College London. The Climate Care Centre exists to provide evidence on the nexus of climate change and mental health, and then to translate that evidence into policy and practice. So I'm going to give you a quick overview on what the links are between climate change and mental health, and then talk through some of the projects that we've got going on at Climate Cares. I broke it, sorry. Maybe it'll come up. Sorry about that. So climate change is impacting mental health now, as we keep hearing that about climate change and biodiversity in general. And the way we like to think about it is impacting in those direct ways, such as climate events happening. And you can imagine after a climate event, people suffer depression, anxiety, PTSD. There's also the indirect ways that these climate events are impacting us. And here on this figure are some of the examples of that, such as losing your homes, being forced to migrate, changes in livelihoods. And also on the far right of the figure is the kind of more indirect ways, such as being just aware of the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis. And actually, I think my next slide sums up pretty well. But just as we keep talking about finance, I just thought I'd add this to the slide, that $537 billion per year by 2050 is the estimated cost for the additional mental health burden due to climate hazards, air pollution, and lack of green space. So yeah, I guess we really need to think about these mitigation and adaptations of climate change mental health now. And as I said, some of the direct ways that climate change is impacting mental health is lots of people with pre-existing mental health challenges. They are particularly vulnerable, and a study found that there's a 10% higher hospital attendance to because of the heat waves. So also in the UK, it was recently attributed that 1 in 179 suicides happened just because of the heat waves, and 1 in 159 in Wales. So we can really see there's clear links there, but we still need a lot more data to kind of back that up. On the indirect ways that climate change impacts mental health, as I said earlier, there's disruption to livelihoods, healthcare, education, so we really need to support people going through those kind of transitions. And as I mentioned, kind of being aware of the climate crisis, and you've probably heard of the terms eco-anxiety, climate anxiety, etc. But still those kind of terms aren't clearly defined, and we're still figuring out how they link to generalized anxiety, for example. And the other quite clear way is people feeling powerless and hopeless due to government and corporate inaction. And we really need to support people to feel that they have some control and have ways that they can contribute. One of our flagship programs is the Connecting Climate Minds project. And one of our roles in Climate Cares, the way we perceive ourselves, is as conveners. As researchers, we're very privileged to be in the rooms with the community members, with policymakers, and even the private sector on occasion. So we really see that as important to getting the right agendas going. So year or two ago, we convened over 1,200 people from 126 countries in dialogues and post-dialogue surveys to develop the first global research and action agenda on climate change and mental health. And we produced 11 reports, 7 of which are from the 7 regions of the world. There's a Latin American and Caribbean report. And we also have 3 specifically for indigenous people, farmers and fisher people, and young people. And each of the reports kind of follow this similar layout of understanding what the impacts of climate change on mental health are, what the pathways and mechanisms are, what the mental health benefits and trade-offs are of climate action, and also what the mental health solutions are. On the action side of the agenda, because there's one thing knowing what we need to do, but how do we then enact that? So we call for transdisciplinary approaches, which has obviously come up a lot in this meeting, for research, infrastructure, capacity, and methods and data and terminology being standardized, and especially the research, infrastructure and capacity in low and middle income countries. And I guess on that kind of note, having more inclusive, non-extractive and participatory approaches, having political buy-in, and also raising awareness of the links between climate change and mental health. A lot of what we're doing at the moment is also co-designing interventions, mainly with young people. So we have a few interventions that we're working with youth-led organisations to co-design and also evaluate the programme. So we work with a project in the UK called the Resilience Project, who also work in Europe and East Africa, where they train young people to then deliver what they call resilience circles to other young people on topics such as burnout, eco-anxiety. We're also working in Australia with a youth-led organisation called EcoMinds, and they're organising a youth summit next month where they're taking climate literacy, having some space for emotional processing of that climate literacy, and then having ways to have young people have some action through a youth declaration where we're writing a kind of report where young people say what they want from their government and corporations. And we're also teaming up with Plus Climate Journal, who are helping us organise a think table to bring young people and policymakers together. And we also work with another youth-led organisation called Force of Nature, who are probably one of the biggest ones in, I think, the world. And they, their main thing that they do is climate cafes. So they bring people together to talk about the climate, have emotional conversations, and talk about actions. And there's no evaluation of those at the moment, so we're hoping to do that. We also work with schools and universities with their students and educators to understand what it's like to teach climate literacy. And I've had a few conversations even this week where students are going to many of you saying they have eco-anxiety. So how do we deliver this climate education in a way that doesn't, at the worst, paralyze people, at the best, I don't know, completely overwhelm people? So that's one of the things we're doing. And yeah, just to say, we've been recognized for those efforts by the WHO Europe and UK Health Security Agency. We also are working cross-government with 13 departments in partnership with the King's Fund in the UK, mainly to break down those silos across departments, to align the two kind of, at the moment, quite separate priorities, climate change and mental health, and try and integrate future-focused policy solutions, and also think about what evidence they need to translate our findings into their policies. We also did a really big review recently of the national adaptation plans to see what's going on, what national adaptation plans have mental health in them. So of 193 countries, only 42% even mention mental health, so 58% don't. 36% of countries do mention it, but mainly the negative impacts, and 17 countries actually have actions. And I just want to highlight that Brazil is in the top 10% that has a moderate mention of mental health in their national adaptation plans, whereas the UK, not so good. We're in the top 26%. Yeah. We will be at COP. My colleague Jessica Newbury-LeVay will be at a few different events, mainly presenting on the Connecting Climate Minds project, as it's been chosen as an agenda activation group, and also at the Conference of Youth. So yeah, hopefully see some of you there. My final slide is a climate emotions wheel. I don't know if many people have seen this before. And as I'm a psychologist, I wanted to ask you really briefly how you're feeling. So I wondered if anyone wanted to shout out any of these words of how they're feeling, just in the next 5 seconds. Frustration. Worry. One more. Hope. Thank you. So yeah, we use this a lot with our young people and students. It's just like a good way to articulate it, but also noticing that like your feelings fluctuate on a even minute by minute basis. But the other reason I brought this up is because I think over the last 2 days we've been talking about messaging, and I guess my pitch to you is to think about how your messages land. How does it make people feel? Because I think we keep talking about let's educate, and we can do a lot with the head, I guess, but that can only get so far. We need to think about capturing people's hearts. So I guess my plea to you is, obviously, you know, we need to say what's really happening. So there's anger, and there's sadness, and there's fear behind that. But I think we also need to promote the positivity as well, the hopes, to make sure that people feel that they can still take action. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniela, for creating this space of hope for all of us, and to suggesting a way forward. So now I'm going to call to the stage Katinka Weber. Katinka, thank you. Do you want the? Okay. Okay. I think it seems to be safer to do it from there.
So, good afternoon, and also thank you for inviting me here. I'm very honored to be part of this debate, and it's been very enlightening so far, so thank you to everybody. So, as Fernanda said, I'm Katinka Weber, and I am a medical anthropologist based in the Department of Applied Health Sciences within the College of Medicine and Health at the University of Birmingham. And I work across lots of different projects in the department, but my own interest is really in the role of communities in providing health and healthcare solutions, as well as in indigenous health and resilience strategies. So that's some work I'm looking to develop. So today I will focus on the links between respiratory health and climate change, as well as highlighting then the crucial role communities play in developing healthcare solutions. So I'm just going to highlight one of the projects that is going on in our department, which is the Breathe Well South America project. And this is a sort of project which is run across different countries, so involving different institutions, and it aims to co-design and implement sustainable care pathways for chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is hard to say, and therefore I will say COPD. So, just to say, COPD is a sort of group of progressive lung diseases that causes airflow blockages and breathing-related problems, and the most common conditions are under COPD are chronic bronchitis and emphysema. So when basically the air sacs in the lungs are damaged and reduce oxygen exchange. So this disease is often caused by long-term exposure to irritants such as cigarette smoke. So smoke is basically the main cause, but air pollution or occupational dust and chemicals also contribute to the development. But while it is a chronic and progressive condition, it is treatable and manageable. So it can't really be cured, but it can be managed well, and so people can have a fairly good quality of life if treated properly. So a number of risk factors for COPD are actually exacerbated by climate change and extreme weather events. So I've listed a whole host of links here. You can see that it really is impacted by lots of different sort of events. But just to highlight a few, so rising temperatures and stagnant air, increased ground level ozone and fine particulate matter, while more frequent wildfires and dust storms release toxins and pollutants that cause chronic airway inflammation and airway injury. So this can lead to COPD development, or for those who have it, it can really aggravate the condition, so make it a lot worse for people. And then also there's a really interesting or important link to climate-related energy insecurity. So as that increases, people are using more sort of biomass fuels in their homes, and that is a big contributor to COPD and also aggravates the condition. And then obviously heat waves add physical stress, causing breathing difficulty, and then also increasing mortality rates among the people who are already vulnerable. And then finally, of course, extreme weather events actually disrupt healthcare access. So if we have floods or tsunamis or whatever, medical adherence is a problem, and that further then worsens outcomes for people who suffer with COPD. So the Breathe Well South America program runs from 2024 to 2028, funded by the NIHR, and that seeks to address gaps in COPD care. So multiple partners are involved in co-leading the project, and just to mention a few, in the University of Birmingham, Professor Rachel Jordan leads it, and at the University of Sao Paulo, Professor Paulo Latufo, who I believe isn't here today, but he's traveling. So two of our researchers are here in the back over there. So thank you very much for coming. So the program really seeks to co-design and implement sustainable COPD care pathways across Argentina, Brazil, and Peru. So multi-country project. And a big part of it is the strong participation from local communities, health workers, and policymakers. So the question is why we focus on the role of communities in a project like that, because you could just say, why don't we just rely on expert advice, just take some doctors and some policymakers and design your pathway. But for COPD sufferers, appropriate access to care, along with lifestyle advice, are key to managing the condition. And in this, then, Breathe Well really emphasizes the role of primary care sites, the primary care sector, and to strengthen care pathways via this route. And they then also provide the appropriate triage to other healthcare settings. And primary care is important because they are more accessible, closer to the population, and so this also has an equity angle. So you're really trying to get to the people who suffer, and COPD sufferers are often disadvantaged populations. However, for the pathway to work, they must be adopted to national and subnational healthcare settings and contexts, but also local needs and realities. So if we don't sort of understand what the challenges to access for care are, we can't address them. So therefore, the project involves local communities, patients, health workers, healthcare providers as active partners in in co-designing these sustainable health solutions, the pathways. And then through community participation, knowledge sharing, Breathewell not only enhances this care, also the diagnosis, the management, but also fosters adaptable primary healthcare systems capable of responding to climate-driven health challenges and then positioning the communities at the center of long-term respiratory health resilience, really. So, a key message is that systemic responses are clearly crucial and as threats and challenges to healthcare provision, but threats and challenges to healthcare provision are localized, so they need also localized responses. So while many projects also in public health now build community participation into the design, as we mentioned yesterday, I think Stefan said it, that it's not yet the norm. So we really need to do more about this. So as also Maria and Eduardo said, I think we all sort of saying the same thing. We need to ensure health system strengthening includes co-production with affected communities, also to ensure equity in healthcare and the access to healthcare. So I would say building resilience and resilient community means enabling locally led context-specific adaptation to climate-driven health challenges, while not forgetting that governance structures are important, but we need to sort of bring these together. So really this also then involves strengthening and empowering local communities that face challenges, also when we're thinking about resilience. And I have to say, one of our MPH students at the moment, she's conducting a systematic review looking at community health resilience strategies in flooding settings. And the overarching message is that it works best where community coherence is greatest. So to sort of Daniela's message on, sort of think about the hearts, I would say community is also key to addressing the challenges we're facing. So thank you very much.
Katinka, thank you very much for showing us how co-creation, co-development across continents, but thinking about the territory can be done. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we got Christopher Cunnings coming.
That's it.
Cunningham, sorry.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you so much for this unique opportunity. I will deliver my presentation in Portuguese because I can think faster and speak faster this way. In fact, this forum is a rare one. There are not many interdisciplinary forums around, so I'm very grateful for being here with you. And just because of the time, we have Paulo Atarso has already mentioned about health issues, Daniela Katinka as well. But my main message is the following. Heat zones, they have been enhanced, and our participation as a society, I believe that it is more focused on vulnerability. So regarding the exposition, this is a heat wave that will become more intense. There's nothing we can do about it. And what we can do is work on vulnerability. And for example, this group sensitivity, let's work on that. It depends on so many facts. I will not detail all of them, but there are some here mentioned. For instance, adaptation, whether people are more exposed or less exposed to heat. One that really draws my attention is medical conditions and medication, actually. Depending on the medication you take, you might be more vulnerable or not, because these thermoregulation systems in the body are all modified, and the cardiovascular issues as well, which also was mentioned by Dr. Artaxo. And in our society, given to our food habits, our eating habits, we see that cardiovascular conditions are more prominent. This is just for us to create this link between what Andy said on the first day, that Acre, the state of Acre, experienced a very hot period in September 2020. And here I am putting here in graphics what he put into words. So as to explain what happened there, the one in pink is an experiment which was conducted with the Met Office in this SSP project Brazil. And in pink, it explains the natural world. This is an experiment where we can also remove CO2 influence. And this dotted line, the vertical dotted line, is what happened, this temperature. This is a different measurement because it's WBGT temperature. I'm not sure whether this is convenient to explain what that is now. But in blue, this blue curve, are the experiments including CO2 and really what happened. So you can see that there are two curves that never overlap. So in a world where there was not so much CO2 as we have today, the likelihood of having an event such as this that actually exceeded the temperature in this standard deviation would be actually inexisting. Or actually, as we see here, that this would be this would be on the order of 276 million years. Its recurrence would be on the order of 260 million years. So we can see that this pattern is actually modifying the probabilities of these time and climate issues. This is a case that I would like to show you what a heat wave really looks like. This is an extreme case last year in Tifé, actually 2023. There was an absurd drought there. Just for you to see here in the last line, I had the opportunity of work with WWF there and IBAMA, the Brazilian ecological agency here in Brazil. And this is a lake that basically ran dry in the city of Tifé in the Amazon region. And it was 50 centimeter deep, and temperatures in the lake were 40 degrees. So all the river dolphins died. This is the first event of mortality involving dolphin deaths. Many dolphins died. So when we look at these unique events, of course something is changing. This is a unique event because when I'm talking about this river, these river dolphins, and when I started to see, for instance, for the other indicators for the heat waves, for instance, there are other optics or other perspectives to analyze. I used the excess heat factor, and you can see here that in Acre, for instance, there was a prolonged, for instance, as you can see, the graphic is trying to show us this. And here we can see something else, which is a subseasonal or intra-seasonal things. So these variations are between these 3 months, or important variations. So they are totally related to health and livestock. And we definitely do not touch on this. We will see what will happen here. So we can clearly see, for instance, the graphic go from left to right. So we have this first heat wave, which is less intense. So there is a 1 degree deviation here, a more severe one, a 1.5 degree above. So this is a more, so this 1.5 is too much. There were other, because these are subseasonal mechanisms, so they will not remain for 3 months, or 10 days, 20 days they may last. And there are other variables here. The graph is actually exemplifying here in red. We can see a relative humidity, so this is throughout the year. Just for you to understand how we can perceive this subseasonal. So we have to pay attention to this. Here is the solar radiation, as you can see. So these curves, as you can see dotted here, these dotted areas, they are showing what exceeds normality, what's extreme. So this was mechanism that cause the flash droughts. This is another mechanism that we have to keep an eye on. Flash droughts are these super fast droughts which can evolve quickly, and they depend on factors such as the atmosphere evaporative demand. So how thirsty this atmosphere is. So there are some atmosphere variations because they will reduce the humidity of on the surface, and that's what happened in Tefé, in the city of Tefé, and that's why we saw that unique event. So that was not a gradual drought that took place. And we can also see some key messages here. I will not detail all of them. Actually, I liked very much what Professor Artaxo mentioned. He mentioned about health, including also animals, the whole ecosystem. So as a matter of fact, we are concerned about us, but we have seen different presentations that this is definitely, the concern is about us. Anthropocene, we are the dominant being, so we have to care for the whole planet and life cycle. So we can see the ecological impact. We also saw some impact on regional communities. So this was the most impressive impact of all, as you can observe. The early warning systems also have already been commented on. This is a scientific line which transcends my field because I'm a climatologist. Human sciences also address this, and early warning systems, oftentimes we think that this is an automatic system. Yes, it might be automatic too, with weather forecast, AI, all right. However, as you can see here, this is a people-centered early warning system, because the early warning systems are exactly this. It needs to serve people, include people. People need to belong to that, and they need to have the sense of belonging. This cannot be something that, as I said, like top-down thing. Oh, we know that as a scientist, and that's what you want. That's the early warning system you need. And there are 4 pillars, these 4 blocks. So risk knowledge based on science, of course, and science must dialogue with communities naturally. And I'm very pleased to see that today, this is a collaborative day. Collaboration, it has emerged here among ourselves. This was so nice. And monitoring, for instance, and services, Samaden, for instance, in Brazil, was built with this purpose. And this should have been 24/7. In many of our cases, we can see that there are weather or climate-related events. Also, communication. If there is no communication, everyone needs to understand what's being communicated. We need to be precise in communication. Multiple channels, of course. Response capability is also important, because in Brazil we have been building this. Civil defense has been working hard to develop this, and at the community levels as well. So there is this lack of communication sometimes. In many presentations, we are always perceiving that this connection with communities, with what's happening out in the field, I mean, in real life, is actually challenging. I just would like to show you a few more numbers, which comes from this Global Commission on Adaptation, which shows that if you could invest 800 million in early warning systems in the first 24 hours, look, this is a 24-hour warning system, we would save between $3 to $16 billion annually. So we know the preparation, anticipation is very important. But I still think that there is a cultural issue, not only in Brazil, I guess, that we are more responsive than more preparation driven. So this is something that I deal with, this subseasonal forecast. As you can see, there is this lighter band here showing that these are the forecasts. As you can see, minutes, hours, so this time scale forecast. So without detailing all of them, we have forecasted in 2 weeks, months, seasons, the weather forecast or medium range forecast, and then the subseasonal one. So starting with 10 days to 14 days or 2 or 3 months. And we perceive there is a series of sectors of the society that need this information. And if they do not have the right information, the best information that maybe we, as scientists, we can provide them with, they will use another source of information that maybe is not optimal. The first project is S2S, the first group, as you can see here. Samaden was also a participant to this project between 2013 to 2023. so that we could have this time scale, which is actually unprecedented, because it is difficult to foresee, to understand it. But during these 10 years, we were led by the World Meteorological Organization. So we see that this was something gradual, just as it happens with biodiversity and other topics. And after this 10-year project, there was a new development, which is the SAGE project, subseasonal applications for agriculture and environment. We see that this is a very important, useful and usable, two important words. Because oftentimes we think that something can be useful, but if this is not usable or used, definitely it's being useful will not be enough. So we need to disseminate, of course, everything, respecting uncertainties, quality, and everything, in a way that everything can be used and usable. Priority sectors, as you can see, health, energy, agriculture, and also all the challenges. Look, you see that the S2S forecasts, as you can see here, S2S forecasts are not very much used currently. And one of the alternatives here, maybe it could be advancements in AI and machine learning. This is a practical example of how this forecast also has to do with the disasters that we noticed in southern Brazil, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in May 2024. It was basically the apocalypse. It was actually the worst disaster in Brazil ever. So this was no common disaster. It's a very extreme disaster. And what you were seeing here is a development called Extreme Forecast Index. So Extreme Forecast Index, which was very important. And basically, this index shows these two curves that I showed you at the outset. So these tones in red and orange, the more orange or red, it means that those curves are more separated. So this is a modeling product at this scale. So these curves means that they have nothing to do with them. So the forecast is indicating that the scenario that is about to come is very extreme, according to what the model already knows, based on nature, rainfall in that region. And I would like to highlight again anticipation. Anticipation, 2 weeks anticipation. Look, this forecast was already there because it is a daily forecast. It was actually issued on the 29th of April. And this happened in the beginning of May, so there was at least 10 days or 7 days in advance. So I think that this information was ignored. This was a relevant information, important index, but maybe it was ignored. What if we had created this culture of using or questioning or monitoring this forecast? Could we have taken other actions? Maybe, I believe, preparatory actions, I suppose. Lastly, another thing that was created by the Professor Elisa Goddard, who has already passed away. She was part of an international institute about how we can take advantage of all these meteorological forecasts and weather and climate forecasts within this disaster cycle. So disaster, as you can see, this is a disaster cycle. So there is the one in orange here saying disaster, so disasters will occur. We cannot be naive and say that we are going to stop all disasters. So this is an adaptation measure within this cycle. So here we know, for example, prevention and preparedness is so in the imminence of a disaster, you can trigger a set of actions such as risk assessment or strategic investment, humanitarian logistic, which is key, training volunteers, and for every action you can actually guide yourself by means of the forecast, as you can see here, such as the La Nina and El Nino forecast, seasonal forecasts, the subseasonal forecasts as we draw closer to our target period, and the high impact weather, which is a sort of forecast that is more assertive, let's say, so there is less uncertainty. But we already have an idea, so we are actually paving the way so that we can take actions that can better position you, not in a very uncomfortable position after disaster strikes. So thank you very much.
Christopher, for showing us how, the phenomena underlying climate change, and also, well, I'm new into the sub-seasonal events, so now I'm going to study more about that. I'm going to read your papers. Thank you very much. So we've got time for one question each. What do you want? Okay. 10 minutes, okay. So I'm going to start with Paulo. And, you're our man inside IPCC. From your perspective, what has changed in the last decade and how science understands and communicates these risks? Do you see an evolution since before the last 10 years, from your first engagement with IPCC until now? What do you see that has changed?
Yeah, in terms of health and climate change.
Yes, but it can be the whole picture if it's easier.
Of course, the issue of climate change, not only in Brazil, is on the main agenda for everybody, and especially also because of the health impact as well as the economic and social impacts, So this is completely undisputed. The main question is, what we are going to do with that, So COP30 will have a big challenge we'll have much more than one health day. We'll have one health day, but we'll have dozens of different events associating health and climate change, and this is a priority topic for developing countries like India, African countries, and so on. So that is an important point. And in addition to that, I forgot to mention that it's very important to associate mitigation of climate change with the air pollution. So basically, the joint reduction of methane, ozone, black carbon, that also are very important health pollutant, air pollutant components, the joint strategy to reduce them will first reduce 300,000 deaths that we have by air pollution worldwide. Second, will make a much quicker reduction in the increase in temperature because of a lifetime of methane is 11 years, lifetime of ozone is a few days or 1 month, lifetime of black carbon is a few days. So basically we have an opportunity to quickly act reducing air pollution that has a very important impact on health as well as mitigating long-term greenhouse gases.
Thank you very much, Paul. It's somehow heartwarming to see, and I think that Dubai was the first COP with a health day, wasn't it? So things are picking up now. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn to Daniela. Daniela, we can see, and we discussed briefly before the start of the sessions today, your interest in policy making as well. So I think that there is, among the many things that connects Brazil and UK is the fact that we both have a national health system, a national health service. So how do you see these, your studies turning into policy making that's going to strengthen both health systems?
Thank you for the question. I guess just to say that at the moment we're looking at interventions inside and outside of the health system, because as most countries are experiencing, the health system is completely overwhelmed. So a lot of what we're doing in the UK is therapists, especially cognitive behavioural therapists, are creating all kinds of guidelines and booklets to train other therapists in how to talk to people about eco-anxiety, but also those with pre-existing mental health issues on how they're coping. For example, those with pre-existing mental health issues, if they're on medication, sometimes their medication makes their, dysregulates their body heat. So if they're going through a heat wave, then their body heat is completely disrupted. So that's one way. And then to get those into policy is a lot harder. But I guess sometimes it's coming from the ground upwards, and if more and more therapists are being trained, that works. We've been working with the World Health Organization through their ADAPT network, and we've been providing kind of different case studies of different health systems around the world to then make a kind of policy case to different countries and hopefully influencing the different national adaptation plans. But it's hard. But one really great example is in Australia, where they've got the heat health warning system, where they do assessments with vulnerable people, including the elderly, those with pre-existing mental health issues, as I keep mentioning, and monitor them throughout those heat waves to ensure that they are okay. I mean, there's the things about loneliness, but there's also people die more, and as I said, suicide increases during heat waves. I guess our big plea at the moment is for more countries to include mental health in their national adaptation plans, and we've provided a report on this with different case studies. For example, Ethiopia is a really great case study because they're training a lot of their doctors in how to support people's mental health. So I guess slowly, bit by bit, and going to COP hopefully is going to help. And also, like I said, we're organising meetings in the UK with different departments. And I don't know if anyone here has a similar experience in Brazil, but I'd be happy to talk about how to bring mental health into policy in Brazil as well.
That's wonderful, Daniela. Thank you very much. Katinka, sorry. How can cross-regional international cooperation strengthen the climate health research interface? I think that, you bring a wealth of knowledge in very different settings, despite being, all in South America. So how do you think, we can learn and create this virtuous cycle?
I think that, so I think ultimately it's about sort of sharing best practices, and sort of coming with different, best practices from across different regions. And so I think this sort of sharing knowledge, different experiences across the globe is really important in sort of driving forward health research and knowledge. I think it's also quite important to recognize that it's not just about sort of north-south knowledge transfer, but there's lots to be gained from south-north and south-south cooperation. And sort of taking examples, for instance, in terms of resilience strategies from communities in the Amazon and seeing how, is there anything that we can use in our community, in communities in Europe. So I think this is a very powerful sort of tool to generate knowledge.
That's great. Thank you very much, Katinka. And it reminds me the home visitors. So the NHS now in London, they're starting a home visiting program that is inspired by the experience of this academic from KCL working with the Brazilian National Health Services, where we don't rely only on doctors, GPs, and nurses, but also in the community. So thank you for bringing this south-north dimension. Christopher, now you've got the responsibility of closing beautifully, majestically this session, and I'm going to give you such an easy question.
Please.
How can we better integrate meteorological data, health surveillance, and emergency services?
Thank you for easing the task. Well, I would stick with the people-centered early warning system. I think that it is kind of a sound method. I mean, a sound framework for establishing this early warnings, not only for health, but for instance for disasters. And I would add that I'm a meteorologist, and I used to be in a pure meteorology center in INPE. And then I came to CEMADEN. And in CEMADEN, we really have this multidisciplinary team. And I think this was essential. I would never know about early warning system, people-centered, if I keep myself, into my realm of knowledge. So I think in addition, I mean, I think that working with communities the same way that we need to work as a science together, coming out of our comfort zone, we need also to go into the communities, as many of us are already doing, and learn from them, incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge. So for me, I mean, this is the way.
That's fantastic. On that note, I'm sure that you agree with me that we had an amazingly knowledgeable and well-behaved panel here. Put me to shame. So I invite you to give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my wonderful panel, and thank you for sticking to time. Unfortunately, we were unable to get questions again, but yeah, we're very sorry. And I think we might put up a form for all participants in terms of questions and reactions and feedback of the event. Could be interesting. Anyway, so now I'd like to invite, and I won't introduce you because you've already been introduced and you've already spoken, so I hope you don't mind. Thank you so much for being here. Just a very quick closing remarks panel to highlight what main elements that we've discussed over the 2 days. And the objective of this one is to be very forward-looking, highlight opportunities for science policy integration, for UK-Brazil collaboration, and the role of research in shaping resilient, inclusive, and resilient and inclusive climate strategies. So the whole objective of this event was to set the stage for future engagement between Brazil and the UK for COP30, but beyond COP30 as well. So this panel aims to look at that. With that in mind, I'd love to welcome our wonderful chair, Professor Jeremy Woods, our wonderful co-host, Professor Marcus Buckeridge, wonderful Professor David Hanna, please, our wonderful chair of the first panel, Dr. Renata Vieira, and our wonderful Dr. Jenna Lawson as well to compose this final table. Thank you very much. Not sure. Did you send it there?
So thank you very much. I promise, and I think we all promise to keep this short and hopefully very focused, but please remember that we're doing this in response to everything that we've heard, the wonderful richness and content of everything that we've heard so far. So whilst I wait for the potential for one slide that I've just developed to be put up, maybe actually I don't need it to be put up. I'm sure you've had enough of slides and presentations by now. I wanted to start this session. My department was lucky enough to have hosted Professor Jim Skee, the overall chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, when he was co-chair of IPCC's working group 3. And I was very fortunate to be able to have a number of discussions with Jim as he transitioned from being the co-chair of Working Group 3 to becoming the overall chair of the IPCC. And some thoughts from what those discussions keep coming back to me. And so I just quickly wanted to start this session with those thoughts in mind, because at that time, Jim was very clear. The science of climate change and the human impacts on climate change became a fact, okay? A science fact. Oh dear, that's probably the, that's not the right one, that's the old one. Honestly, don't worry. Don't worry. So from a science perspective, that discussion should be closed, but in fact, as Jim was very well aware, as he became chair, the geopolitics of the world was shifting away from that science discussion to the point where the science expertise is now under substantial question and challenge. Jim started his chairmanship of the IPCC with a new phrase. So he said, I can sum it up in 3 words, the climate challenge in 3 words: urgency, agency, and equity. And I think we've heard in these discussions all 3 of those points. We talked about urgency. All of you have talked about urgency. We've talked about the need to generate agency, i.e. we need to work out as scientists how we can enable the world to be able to transition towards a managed climate in ways that we both adapt and mitigate. In fact, the siloing of adaptation and mitigation is not helpful, and we've seen this multiple times in our discussions. And then the final point that I so clearly again remember having the discussion, you talk about changing the needle. The head of the World Bank at the time talked about bending the curve. And what was clear, I think, is that we've had 30 years of global climate policy that has failed. The global emissions profile has continued to track above RCP 8.5. And indeed, we saw again that 2024 had the highest level of global emissions, and atmospheric CO2 concentrations continue to increase. Climate science has failed to change the reality of what's been going on. And again, I think in this conference, we've heard an awful lot about what we need to do in order to be able to support a meaningful, a globally meaningful approach to managing global climate and to supporting public policy in managing global climate. So with that, I will now hand over to each of the panelists, and we're going to talk about, Fernando, I'm really grateful for your suggestions here, because I think they will help us focus. Each of the panelists is going to discuss which 3 priorities should COP30 elevate based on scientific evidence, and looking ahead, what could be a strong science research policy partnership between Brazil and the UK by 2030, and what would that look like? So we've been tasked with with talking to those 2 points. So first of all, I'm going to hand over to David, and I'm going to ask you to talk about the science policy interface. I know you've already done it, but the task of summing up what you've said so eloquently in that point.
So in terms of the science policy interface, I think what we want to seek to do is to have the best evidence used to make the best decisions. And looking forward, I think to do that, we've heard this, to sum up some of the themes from the 2 days, we need to embed scientific expertise in decision making, but to do that differently by having more interdisciplinary advisory panels to pull on the range of perspectives that we've heard about. And we also need to work very hard in terms of providing scientific briefing for the negotiators as well to make that information accessible. I think we need to stick to evidence-based frameworks, so around some of the work we've heard over the 2 days around scenario modelling and impact assessments and keeping on science-based targets. We need to absolutely strengthen the research policy interface through using things like knowledge brokers and making our data and information accessible to them. And we need to do this within the context of the global to local. So thinking very carefully about how we foster global scientific collaboration through multilateral activity, but thinking about the role of communities as well, and what joint initiatives we can develop between communities and also between researchers from, as was very nicely put a few moments ago, South-South exchange and South-South-North exchange as well. I think as part of that as well, we need to elevate local and indigenous knowledges, make sure that that's clearly and effectively embedded. Doing all of that together, I think we've got an opportunity at COP to provide a better informed and formal science policy interface. We need to think about how we'd have dedicated funding to make sure that those policies then pull through, and also really to keep pushing and to be there as scientists and researchers, but in partnership with business and the policymakers to make sure that there really is a mandate for evidence-based policymaking and reporting and also tracking through some of the accountability. So that's the context. Do you want me also to comment at the moment on what it might look like in terms of collaborations?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think looking ahead, I mean, strong science policy partnership really needs to be based upon many of the things that we've picked up over those last few days. Firstly, around shared priorities. And I think the thematic panels that we've had were really useful in doing that. They identified some areas that we could really work on together around the climate system itself, around health, around water, around forests, around land, and around heat waves. I think that we, looking forward, once we've got the priority areas, there are funding mechanisms we can draw on, particularly in this state. We also saw a really good example this morning about some of the shared infrastructure facilities that we could pick up on, and there's the exchange of researchers, both professors but also students through things like the British Council-funded projects. So I think there's a lot of opportunities we've already got, but to build on those, I think we need to show the benefits of what we've achieved already, to build upon the successes, to tell better stories about what's been done. I think we need to do this in a much more inclusive way in terms of promoting equality, diversity and inclusivity in terms of our approaches. And lastly, I think, and it's always notable in these types of events, I think there's been some really positive discussion, but we need a range of and multiple sectors in the room. So it's fine for us to be talking within a largely university academic research institute community, but we really need business here as well. We also, I think, need the policymakers at an early stage so that we're co-creating really sustainable solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. Renata, I'm going to switch to you now, and I hope this doesn't come as too much of a surprise because I'm going to ask you to talk about climate change as a driver of environmental change, building on your earlier discussions, but please don't feel that you need to be restrained by that. Or
Sure, yeah. Oops. Hi. Too loud? No? Okay. Sounds loud, doesn't it? Maybe here? Here? Yeah? Okay, can you repeat that? Climate change in terms of?
So climate change driving environmental change.
Ah, yeah, okay. So what I'll do is I'm going to speak a bit more broad in terms of, and then I'll tackle that too, especially in terms of wildfires, because that's my field of research. But I think before coming to this pre-COP event, I had a few interactions, especially through programs and joint projects between Brazil and the UK. And seeing this room really gives me hope, I think, in terms of the future of science and the future of COP and what we expect and what not. So I was thinking about this question, but also in terms of what success would be in COP. And to answer that, I think we need two things mostly that have been tackled in these past few days. So communication and action. And I put action because the panel that I chaired yesterday was called Inaction. So. And then, as you just said, David, I think we scientists, researchers, we're really good in talking to us. And I think we all agree that we are not really taught how to communicate with other audiences. So I think for COP, a nice thing would be to actually be able to communicate science to other audiences, to policymakers, to the private sector, to anyway, in a way that people can actually understand the urgency of what we already know. I don't think we need more data. Of course, we are scientists, we are really creative within our researches, we can always find more data, but maybe it's time to go out and do it. And of course, we are not the people who are gonna put stuff in action, but we definitely have this role in making sure people understand what we mean by the urgency of climate change. saying that, I would also go back to wildfires and indigenous peoples and local communities, because I think for COP, a success would also be having them centered in discussions. We did talk a lot about co-participation and shared authority and all that. So I know we acknowledge their culture and their experiences and all that. But I think beyond acknowledgement, it would be really good to see at COP they actually being centered and taken into account for decision making. And then finally, I think I would say looking into wildfires, a success would also mean to see wildfires being brought into collective discussions and being incorporated in international agendas such as loss and damage. So to sum up, I think I didn't really answer the question. Maybe I did, I don't know. But to sum up, I think having COP here in the Amazon is a great opportunity to this integration of knowledges and this or shared participation. And I am really looking forward to the outcomes of COP30. Again, it's an honor to be here and to be part of this discussion. And then I thank the collaboration between institutions and my partners at the UK CEH. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Renata. I'm deeply grateful. I know I tried to send out some information, but the Wi-Fi went down earlier on as I tried to send it out. So I'm very grateful for you being willing to take the challenge on at such short notice. Okay, so now we'll turn to you, Jenna, and I'm going to ask you to think about those two questions in terms of the role of technology in providing solutions to the management of climate change. So I hope again that's not too much of a shock at such a short notice.
It's a small shock, but it's okay. We can manage. So yeah, I'll talk a little bit about technology and just a little bit about the biodiversity context as well. So I think I said it in the key messages earlier, we have to increase the collaboration between studies on biodiversity and studies on climate change. We know there's a positive feedback loop between them, but we don't understand enough about it. And we don't understand enough about it in the key regions that are critical, such as the Amazon and other global hotspots. And I think that brings me back to the other point of, especially around new technologies. Like I said earlier, it is incredibly biased about how we produce them and where they're applied. And I think we really need to ensure equitable access to technologies across low and middle income countries, but also that we're co-designing projects and technologies and we're not just assuming need in different countries based on our own experiences. And I think that brings me to the sort of this policy science data flow as well. I can speak about this from the biodiversity standpoint. I'm not sure if this applies to climate as well. In biodiversity, most scientists can't even tell you what the targets of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework are. And these are the targets and the policies that we're supposed to be feeding into. So I think as scientists, we need to make sure we're collecting the correct data, and that data is actually being fed into policy. But then policymakers need to work with scientists to understand what's feasible. Often we're being asked to collect data that's just not possible. And we're being asked to collect data where the methods are going to require 10, 15 years for development. And as you've said, Jim, we don't have 10 to 15 years to develop our methods. We've got to start applying them and answering questions and acting now. And I just want to mention one final thing that I sort of touched on in my key messages as well. I see biodiversity and carbon credits, and I see the money going to the wrong people. There's lots of businesses popping up all over the world right now, making a hell of a lot of money off biodiversity and carbon credits. And the communities who are living around these ecosystems and who rely on them, the money is not going to these people. So I think I would love to see something at COP where we really rethink this biodiversity and carbon credit market. And we actually move to something where local communities are the ones being paid to protect these ecosystems, as we've said we should do, but we haven't implemented. Maybe that answers some of the question.
No, that's a not no, yes. You did a perfect job. Thank you very much, Jenna. And that call at the end of it is something that we collectively need to work out how we manage to get both the flow of finances and knowledge to be able to be solutions within the community, within the context where within the locations and the societies where it actually matters, so on the ground. Okay, so I'm gonna switch now and make some remarks from what I feel have been key outputs. So I think we need to recognize that climate change is a critical global public bad. So we talked a lot about public goods and the questions about equitable access to and the interface between public and private good and public and private policy. We need to promote new sustainability science that is truly interdisciplinary. That's a huge challenge, and we shouldn't underestimate it. It means reconfiguring the way knowledge institutions like this work, the way that we interact together as science. It's knowledge intensive, and we need outcomes that are both scientifically robust, and I think, Renata, I think you mentioned trusted. Maybe it was you, David, or maybe both of you did as well. But we need to find ways to re-engage so that the science is trusted. We need our knowledge generation institutions to engage with policy, and I think actually, Jenna, that's what you were calling for there. And we need to be able to accelerate technical and knowledge innovation. Note that we often bring the words technology, or bring them together in the word technology. Actually, the two things are different. So the application of technical solutions into society is where knowledge needs to be interfaced with those outcomes. And then again, we need to acknowledge the urgency of implementing just sustainable development. I think one of the critical debates that's been going on within Imperial College, and I'm sure it's going on in many other places, is how do we reconcile fundamental, curiosity-driven, discovery-driven science with this need for urgency. And again, I think us as knowledge-generating institutions, we need to think very carefully about this interface between blue sky science, curiosity-driven science, and how we pick the potential solutions and accelerate those potential solutions out of this ferment of discovery science into actionable, applicable science that addresses the global challenges, the global sustainable development challenges. And then there's this final call, I think, for fundamental, full integration between physical and natural sciences and social sciences. We can't hope to meet the challenge that Jim Ski said unless we really do bring social science and the direct connection between social science and what it enables us to be able to connect science through into communities, through into those actionable outcomes at the speed, the pace to meet that call for urgency, to meet the challenges so that the outcomes are material and applied and are scalable to the point that they're able to do that challenge. And I think time and again we've heard this call that science cannot be carried out in isolation now. We need to think about this through the lens of the theory of change, so co-design, co-production, co-development, co-implementation, and rapidly learning by doing. So those are my thoughts, and now I'd like to hand over to Marcos, because I feel slightly in awe of you, Marcos, and what you've managed to pull together here and what you've pulled together both here in USP, but also in terms of the global science activity. So I'm very much I hope I haven't put you on the spot, but I'm very much looking forward to hearing your remarks and then your closing statement.
Thank you very much, Jim. I didn't put anything together. We put everything together. And I think now with the dialogues, it was really a dialogue, right? A complex, multi-dialogue. That was fascinating to see that. A few years ago, many years ago, the British Council came to me with an idea, some data that they had. They were interested in science, and they told me that they did a survey, and they discovered that at the time, when a British scientist publishes a paper, the average in the whole UK at the time of impact was 1. But they detected a difference when a British scientist published a paper with a Brazilian scientist. The impact went to 4. That's amazing. I immediately asked, well, but if a British science publishes with a US scientist, the impact continues to be 1. At the time, I don't know how it is today. That's a good question to ask to the British government to see if we can do it again. I'm saying that because this has a lot of meaning if we think of the collaboration that Imperial College, University of São Paulo, and Birmingham can do together. What we can do together, whatever we can do together, whether it's valid or not, the 1 to 4, the emergent properties are there. Together we do much more with the two cultures working together. Saying that, how do I see, I made some drawing here, I'll send you later on. I made several notes of what was said in these 2 sessions. It's a pity, I apologize for, in your name as well, to put too many people together. We didn't have enough time to make the questions, etc., in the sessions today, but I think it was enough for us to see and to feel, to hear the excellent presentations of our colleagues and have ideas. One main thing, if you can imagine now, public policy, right? If you take public policy, this was everywhere in almost every talk. Public policies are designed by the will of people in a democratic system and the will of the MPs, of the politicians. So politics, you have politics, and you have public policies, which is a policy as well, and belongs to the field of politics. Well, if you think of public policies, and I think everyone here said that public policies have to be based on science, right? I think David stressed that very much as well. The science is what we do. And if we can do science together, the level of the science is already very high. It's already excellent. But it seems that if we can do it together and if we get these emergent properties, we can do much more, and we can pump this good science to public policies. The dialogue, we brought one politician today, that is Nalini only. We didn't bring a bunch of politicians, and they have the bad habit of coming, speaking, and going away. So they don't wait for us to tell them what to do, and they tell. So we have to solve this problem in order to have a dialogue. So I think it's urgent that we speak to the MPs in the UK. Somebody told me, I think was David was telling about talking to the MPs. You had a few MPs working. Oh, Natalini was here as well. He used to be an MP. So if we could dialogue with these guys, I think these are the guys nowadays, the guys and the ladies, that have the needle in their hands. So if we want to shift the needle, we need them. Right? So this is what this meeting says to me. And the main skeleton as public policies fed by science. Politicians has to enter the game, and we talked about this balance between mitigation, adaptation, resilience, which is the domain of the society. So one question that we have here is a democratic society, I think I already said that, a democratic society has more chances to face climate change than a non-democratic society. Nalini just came from China, and he told me, maybe not, because the guys are doing all the sustainability there much faster than we are, because democracy is slow. If the democracy is slow, my question or my point is, can we speed democracy? Can we maintain democracy but speed it up so that we can go faster if it's so slow? This would be a kind of technology, right? A social technology on how to deal, and the MPs who are the people that work with that, we could join them and try to help how to accelerate things. This is one point that I think we can accelerate. So, and then we could think more scientifically on this balance between mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. And there is another actor in this game that we didn't bring to at all, that are the companies, right? Because you were saying, the money is going somewhere, and how this money is used by the companies. I mentioned the use of the money by governments, but the money is really, I don't know if in the word Ari is there. I don't know if in the word there is more money in the governments or in the companies. I don't know, or in the hands of the society. Private sector. There is where the money is. We didn't bring them here, but I think next time we have to think about that. So those are sort of the dialogues. So we didn't dialogue with the companies. This is missing. We have to fix that. I think the themes that we've chosen, the urban, the biodiversity, health, and land use brought lots of very interesting insights. And I am amazed that you could do it in 10 minutes. That's really our capacity of summarizing things is really interesting. This last session was fascinating in terms of we managed to bring the mental health. We managed to bring the medicine all together. This is difficult. You don't know. I mean, in the IPCC, we had this problem in the past because we couldn't find doctors to work with us and tell us what is going to happen. Paulo raised the ball there, saying that there are some diseases appearing that are really may become really important and spread through the world. So the COVID is spread from China. I expect that we won't have another one from the Amazon, because it's really there is a manantial of microorganisms that is huge. So I think the meeting, from my point of view, Jim, is quite successful in many ways in bringing us together, starting the dialogues, collaborating, maybe becoming friends for the future, working together, collaborating scientifically and collaborating intellectually to do the best we can do to help with this. We are not going to be the main actors, especially in the COPs. We are the main actors in the IPCC, but in the COP, and in the COPs that I've been, the scientists are completely forgotten, and you never hear IPCC in the COP. You go to the meetings there, and you hardly hear IPCC or science in the COP. So we have to try to take this to the COP. At the end, I would like again to thank Fernanda and Sandra and Rafael, the guy that is there taking care of us as well. And Sergio is here as well também. Sergio will help us with putting all that you said will be extracted from the talks, right? And using artificial intelligence, put this in a text, and then we are going to try to produce a text, and we send the text to you for a memory, or I don't know if we make a letter. I will discuss that with Jim and David to see what and with you, of course, to see what we can do best for before the COP. If it's not before the COP, the idea that I would like to leave here is that next year we have another meeting post-COP with the conclusions of COP in our heads to say, okay, this is what they decided. Let's try again and see if we do better, right? I have to insist. So thank you very much. I really enjoyed the meeting, and I hope to see you soon here in Brazil again, or in the UK.
Professor Marcos, maybe we can just open the session to final remarks from the audience, because we're going to go home and do our homework and talk about what we can do next. But for me, it's the whole morning not opening to the audience is not nice. Sure. So just a few very remarks. We might not answer them now, but we'll take notes and do our homework and reach back up to you. I close my case.
Thank you very much. I will hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this amazing meeting. But I guess something that is bothering me since yesterday is that we are very good. We know what's going on. We know what to do, how to solve the problems, but we are being very little. We don't have a good effect, actually. Not changing much. You see all the things happen. So I guess it's because we're not approaching this in an economic way. It's very hard to exchange a short-term gain for doing nothing, for something that is kind of we're looking for years in front of us. So I guess kind of if you don't change this approach, it's like we need to talk about how our stuff that you are proposing can have a real economic impact in our society. I see that's very hard to change. Example, Brazil is moving to explore petroleum or oil in Amazon basin right now. It's like a typical example. The excuse is that you are doing this for supporting our energy sustainable change. So it's kind of paradoxical for me. So how you explore oil to change this oil thing and stuff like that. So I guess it would be very nice if you had more time, but we need to approach this in how you can give economic short-term responses using our approach for this thing. Thank you.
Maybe a few other reactions from the audience. Yeah, go ahead.
I think now there are no questions to the panel anymore, just to manifest.
It's just for us to take down and then do
really just a reaction and to
just
say
a reaction to
thank you again for hosting this really great event, and which I think we all really enjoyed and didn't exactly know what to expect from maybe when we came, and I think it was really, I agree, it was a success, and I think we discussed yesterday a little bit already, and are looking forward to continuing that discussion after COP and maybe a couple of months after COP. I totally agree, would be a really great idea. Some suggestions, you mentioned the thematic areas that have been covered. One thing I personally really enjoyed where he said, even though we had panels on biodiversity and panels on land use, they were probably even more diverse than that, right? And I mean, while there was maybe a little bit of criticism yesterday that social sciences may have not been as much involved as we could have or maybe should have, that varied between different panels as well. And some panels had a bit more social science involvement. And clearly, that's something maybe we should focus on for a post-COP event. But I felt that actually the panels were quite, some of them at least, were quite interdisciplinary and really really solution-focused, some of them, right? Really at the interface between how can we generate knowledge, how can we apply that knowledge. I like the idea of maybe in a very careful way, include the private sector as well, of course, similar to us. We all have interests as well, right? And that's something we probably need to negotiate carefully, as you did when you involved politicians as well, right? I think, because you mentioned he disappeared, right? He's doing his job, right? I mean, that's what he's getting elected for. He's putting, he's basically putting knowledge into action, I hope. Maybe we can think of other ways of involving them as well. And yeah, looking forward to an event then post-COP. Thanks a lot for all your efforts.
I just had some reflections on Marcus's comments about leadership and the Chinese example, where they're just moving ahead so fast, ahead of the rest of the world in terms of transitioning to non-fossil fuel energy systems. And also thinking back to the UK example for dealing with acid rain. So Margaret Thatcher was kind of convinced overnight that, okay, we've got a problem, we need to deal with it, and it just happened. So that, I think there's a paradox. We kind of need strong leadership, but leadership in the right direction. But how do we sort of get that combination of science informing that senior leadership and then the ground kind of momentum to ensure those changes happen? So it's just a few thoughts, really.
And thank you for a great event, and it's been really stimulating and thought-provoking, and hopefully we can put some messages together which really do make a difference and get to the right people in a few weeks' time. My one takeaway from this has been we of course need to keep the pressure on to highlight the dangers of climate change and highlight the need to mitigate, but we clearly need to invest in early warning systems, because that's a no regrets adaptation that's relatively low cost, and making sure that it's equitable. So I'm trying to make a note of the urgency, agency, and equity, and I think that's a really nice, succinct way of summarising the problem. But I think the early warning systems tick all of those boxes, because there's a development angle. So we need to work with countries that have limited capacity to improve their ability to issue timely warnings so that people can respond to disasters. Because as we've shown, even in the current climate, we're exposed to extreme events. So by being able to predict and give warning, we can take mitigating actions. And of course, that brings in community and capacity in communities to respond to those warnings. And it brings in education of the population so that they understand the severity of the warnings and the potential impacts. So yeah, my key message, and I know this is something that WMO is pushing, is early warning systems for all, but I definitely think it should be a message from our group to say we need to do more of this, we need to invest in it, and we need to make sure that people are resilient in future to climate change, whatever it may be.
So I just, I was going to conclude somehow bringing back the no regrets adaptation that Andrew just mentioned, because it was kind of one of the first things that we mentioned in this meeting. And I think it summarized really well everything we saw, because we saw things related to health, land use, technology, biodiversity, education, policy. And what comes to my mind right now is that no matter which area you work on what your job is, even if you don't really think about climate change, if you think about doing a good deed, you are also working towards climate change or mitigation of climate change. So if we improve education, we are also helping to prevent and mitigate and adapt to climate change. If you are a health worker, it's also the same. So climate change seems to be like this huge umbrella underneath which everything that we can do that will make the world better for us and for everybody that lives on it. And so it's a huge kind of a common goal that we have that can be used to make everything better, not just climate itself. But since Andrew already, I think, concluded with the no regrets adaptation, so it doesn't matter what we do. If we do good, it's going to be better for everybody anyways. So my thought here, especially regarding science, is something that I don't think we discussed in enough depth, but it also brings together a little bit of what Marcos just said, which is what we do after we reach our goals. So we are all very busy with net zeros, with 2040, 2050, zeroing emissions. So, okay, let's say we are all very successful. We reached our goals, we achieved net zero in the next, 15 years, 25 years, but what we are doing after it. So how do we keep this momentum going? How do we keep the changes and the positive changes going? So there has to be people thinking about how to keep improving things that in a timeline that goes way beyond the timelines of the COPs, the timelines of the net zeros, the timelines of the race to zeros. So these are all very good initiatives, but they all have short-term views. They all think about what we do in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And in science, I think it's a key aspect of it to think about what we keep doing in the long term, what kind of changes we make and implement them as permanent changes to society, to humanity, and to the world we live in. So I guess my reflection right now is a lot more towards the long-term work that we have ahead of us, that will go a little bit beyond COP, that will go a little bit beyond the races and the net zeros that we all see and are busy with. Thank you.
Hello. Very good discussions that we have here yesterday and today. I think that I learned a lot. And my message for this last end, I think it's we are trying to build or keeping the bridge between two countries. And we are trying to build keeping together multicultural, multiracial teams, and this took an effort, yeah, so we are trying to do that. So I think that my message for future meetings, and we needed to put this diversity, more diversity in the meetings too, in our peers, and this gonna enrich the discussions for sure. So it's hard because language is a barrier, culture can be a barrier, but we need to make more effort on that. I think that we can have brilliant ideas and solutions and engage more people if we take more effort on those aspects of also the connections and the panels and that diversity. So this is my message.
Okay, to finalize, I would like a round of applause to Sandra, to Fernanda, to the two persons that brilliantly translated for us all the time, although we know they are being paid for that, but they did it very well. Thank you very much for you both as well. Good. Off we go.